this surface of the brain that we're looking at, this surface of the brain that we're looking at, this is the lateral surface or the supralateral surface. Okay, so that's the lateral surface of the brain or the supralateral surface of the brain. Starting with the brain, starting with the sulci, gyri, the functional areas, and some important pathways I'll tell you. Okay, we will start. Now tell me, this is the lateral surface or the supralateral surface of the brain. What is this sulcus here? Central sulcus. What is this sulcus here? This is the lateral sulcus. This is the precentral sulcus. That's the postcentral sulcus. Precentral, postcentral. That's the frontal lobe. This is the superior and inferior frontal sulci. That's the superior and inferior temporal sulci. Superior and inferior temporal sulci. That's the parietal lobe. That's the occipital lobe. What is this? Parieto-occipital sulcus. And what do you call this as? The calcarine sulcus. Calcarine. So these are the sulci which we have to know. Out of all this, only two sulci are very important. One is this, that's the central sulcus, and one is this, that's the lateral sulcus. Okay, central and lateral sulcus. Central sulcus is known as, just write this down, central sulcus. Don't draw that, I'll give you time for this. Central sulcus is known as sulcus of Rolando. Sulcus of Rolando. So central sulcus is the sulcus of Rolando. Lateral sulcus is known as the Sylvian fissure. Sylvian fissure. Just remember this. So central sulcus is the sulcus of Rolando. Lateral sulcus is known as the Sylvian fissure. Okay. Now look here. That's the central sulcus. So this is the precentral sulcus, postcentral sulcus. This is the superior and inferior frontal sulci. That's the superior and inferior temporal sulci. That's the parieto-occipital, and this is the calcarine sulcus. You're clear with all the sulci then? So these are the different sulci that we need to know of. Okay. Now tell me, who has classified these areas? Don't draw this, I'll give you time, just wait. Who has classified these areas? Brodmann. And Brodmann has divided these areas into two main types. Brodmann's areas, these are also known as functional areas. And Brodmann has divided these areas into two types. Okay, so functional areas is of two types. One is primary area and the other one is an association area. Don't write this. So Brodmann has classified these areas into two types. One is known as the primary area and the second one is known as the association area. Now, what is the function of a primary area? Whatever sensations are coming to the brain, whatever sensations come to the brain, they first come to the primary area. Okay, all the sensations coming to the brain, they first come to the primary area. So what is the function of a primary area? To receive, to perceive the sensations, perception of sensations. Okay, to receive. Which is the other area? Association area. And what is the function of an association area? To understand the type of sensations. To understand is to interpret. Interpretation of sensations. Okay? So primary area function is perception and association area the function is interpretation of sensations. So we'll make it like this. Functional areas, primary and secondary. Primary and secondary. So what is the function of a primary area? Perception of sensations. Perception of sensations. Secondary, we can write this as association area. Just one moment. Make this as association area. Secondary function, primary area and association area. What is the function of an association area? Interpretation. Interpretation of sensations. Okay, so primary area, perception of sensations, and association area, the function is interpretation of sensations. Clear? So every area will have a primary area and an association area. Starting with this now. Interpretation of sensations. Okay, I'm starting now. Have a look here. Have a look. So now what is this area? This is area number 312. I'll finish the slide, then you draw. Area number 312 is known as primary sensory area. So what is this area number 57? 57 is its association area. 57 is going to be its association area. Okay, so 312 is primary sensory, 57 is its sensory association area. Clear to all of you? Now, what is this area? This occipital lobe. Occipital lobe, which areas are there? Visual areas. This is area number 17. What do you call this as? Primary visual. And this is 18 and 19. This will be visual association areas. 18, 19 will be visual association areas. This is area number 41, 42. 41, 42 is primary auditory area. Temporal lobe, auditory areas. So 41, 42 is primary auditory area. 22 is an association area, auditory association area, but it has got a name here. What is this known as? Wernicke's area, or this is also known as the sensory speech area. And this is 44, 45. 44, 45 is known as what? Broca's area, or this is the motor speech area. This lies in the frontal lobe, and frontal lobe is motor, so motor speech area. Clear to all of you? Okay. Now you tell me. This is area number 4. This is the frontal lobe. Frontal lobe is purely motor. 4 is known as primary motor. This is 6 and 8. 6 and 8 are known as the premotor areas. Premotor. 9, 10, 11 and 12. These are known as the prefrontal areas. 4 is area number 4 is primary motor. 6 and 8 is premotor. And 9, 10, 11, 12 are known as prefrontal areas. Prefrontal. Okay. So that's the slide. Just draw the slide. Just draw the slide. Huh? Okay, clear to all of you? So this is 312, 57, 17, 18, 19, 41, 42, 22, 44, 45, area number 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. So these are the functional areas. Okay, starting with this now. Area number 312. Functional areas, heading of functional areas, surfaces of the brain. You can write this as surfaces of the brain. Surfaces of the brain and functional areas. Functional areas. Okay. Starting with area number 312. 312 is primary sensory area. 312 is primary sensory area. Okay. 57 would be the sensory association areas. Sensory association area. Okay. 312. I'll repeat that once again. 312 is primary sensory and 57 is the sensory association area. Now we are going into the areas. Okay. Now we'll start with the areas and simultaneously we'll start with the pathways. Okay, I'm starting now. Have a look. 312 is primary sensory area. 57 is sensory association areas. Now tell me, what are the two types of sensations? Two types of sensations. One is crude sensation and the other one is fine sensation. Crude sensation, fine sensations. Now, which are the crude sensations? touch, pain, temperature. Crude sensations, touch, pain, temperature. And which are the fine sensations? Okay, look, fine touch? No, there's nothing like fine touch. There's nothing like fine touch. There's nothing like feather touch also. These are only hallucinations. Okay, so now which are the fine sensations? Tell me. When there's a stimulus here, you know where the stimulus is. You can localize the stimulus. What do you call this as? Tactile localization. If there are two stimuli, these are two different stimuli. You can differentiate them. This is tactile discrimination. You can identify an object without looking at it. What do you call this as? Stereognosis. Sense of position in space. What is this known as? Proprioception. And this is tuning fork. So what is this known as? Vibration. So which are the crude sensations? Touch, pain, temperature. And which are the fine sensations? Tactile localization, discrimination, stereognosis, vibration, and proprioception. Okay. Now listen. Now tell me, how does this sensations go to the brain? Okay, understand this, and now these are all very important basic things. Understand this. These are all very important things. Understand the pathways. Your entire concept will be clear. Now this initial part of the brain is all the concept building. Okay, I'll start. 312 is primary sensory, 57 is sensory association areas. Okay, I'm starting here now. Just have a look. Do not write anything. Just give me some time. I'll give you time to draw and all. Just wait. Now that's a section taken through the spinal cord. You've seen this section. We've drawn this section before. This section of the spinal cord. If you can just tell me, what is this now? Dorsal root. What is this now? Ventral root. And what is this now? Spinal nerve. Dorsal root, ventral root, and spinal nerve. So that's the section of the spinal cord. Okay, I'll start. So that's the dorsal root here. That's the ventral root here. Okay, dorsal root, ventral root. This is the dorsal horn, sorry. This is the dorsal horn, ventral horn. This is the dorsal root, ventral root. That's the spinal nerve. This you know. I'm sorry. This is dorsal horn, ventral horn, dorsal root, ventral root, spinal nerve. Then the spinal nerve divides into a dorsal and a ventral ramus. This we know. What is this, you tell me? What is this? This is the dorsal root ganglion. Dorsal root ganglion. Can you give me a reference? Dorsal root ganglion. Where have we come across this? Dorsal root ganglion. Dorsal root ganglion. Where have we come across? Neural crest cells. Yes. The neural crest cells helps in the development of the dorsal root ganglion, the autonomic ganglions. Fine, I'm starting with the crude sensations, touch, pain, temperature. And I'll show you the slide. Just wait, don't draw anything, just wait. I'll give you time. Okay, don't draw anything, don't write anything, just listen to this, I'll give you time. Now we're starting with the crude sensations. Which are the crude sensations? Touch, pain, temperature. Okay, how do these sensations go to the brain? Here I'm starting here. We're starting from the receptor. We begin from the receptor. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the spinal nerve. Who are we? Who are we? We are fibers. We are fibers. We begin from the receptor. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the dorsal root, and here we are in the dorsal root ganglion. So the dorsal root ganglion becomes the first order neuron for crude sensation. Okay, it's like a relay race. A person is running, he gives the thing to the other person starts running. There are different orders of neuron. First order, second order, third order. This is what is asked in the MCQs. So we start from the receptor. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the dorsal root, and here we are in the dorsal root ganglion. So the dorsal root ganglion becomes the first order neuron for crude sensations. Okay, crude sensations. From here, the fibers would now come to, what is this now? This is the dorsal horn cell. Dorsal horn cell of the spinal cord. Now look. Normally we say dorsal horn is motor, dorsal horn is sensory. The ventral horn is motor. But you specifically see in this dorsal horn, there are specific nucleus here. Like one nucleus will receive crude sensations, one nucleus will receive sense of proprioception, one nucleus will receive fine sensations. Okay, there are different nucleus in the dorsal horn. So what I'm asking you is, what is the name of the nucleus in the dorsal horn which receives crude sensations as the second order neuron? Understanding what I'm saying? That means there's a specific nucleus in the dorsal horn, and this specific nucleus will be receiving this crude sensation as the second order neuron, and this is what we call as the substantia gelatinosa. Substantia gelatinosa. That means substantia gelatinosa is a nucleus in the dorsal horn which receives crude sensations as the second order neuron. Fine. So fibers will relay here. Now the fibers will cross to the opposite side. The fibers cross to the opposite side and the fibers start to climb up. The fibers climb up. What do we call this tract as? This is what we call as the spinothalamic tract. Spinothalamic tract, and this spinothalamic tract goes up, goes up, goes up, and this spinothalamic tract will be coming to what? The thalamus. The spinothalamic tract comes to the thalamus. The thalamus becomes the third order neuron for crude sensations. Okay. Now thalamus is also so nice. Thalamus has got different nucleus. Okay. And which nucleus of thalamus receives crude sensations as the third order neuron? It's the ventroposterolateral nucleus. Okay. So that's the ventroposterolateral nucleus of thalamus which receives crude sensation. And once we are into the thalamus, now we are free to go to the cortex. Now we can go to the cortex directly. So we go to the cortex now, to this area number 312. But before we go to this 312, we have to cross this V-shaped structure. If you can tell me what is this V-shaped structure? That's the internal capsule. Okay, that's the internal capsule. So from the thalamus through the internal capsule to 312. This should be perfect. Okay, listen here. So which is the first order neuron for crude sensations? The dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron for crude sensation is the dorsal horn cell of the spinal cord. Name of the nucleus, substantia gelatinosa. Substantia gelatinosa. And the third order neuron for crude sensation is the thalamus. Name of the nucleus, ventroposterolateral nucleus. Ventroposterolateral. Fine. That's about the crude sensations. Now, we start with the fine sensations. Have a look, understand this first now. We start with the fine sensations. Where do we begin from? Receptor. We begin from the receptor. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the spinal nerve. Who are we? We are fibers. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the dorsal root. And here we are in the dorsal root ganglion. We are in the dorsal root ganglion. So the dorsal root ganglion becomes the first order neuron for fine sensations. Okay. So the dorsal root ganglion becomes the first order neuron for fine sensations. From here, the fibers directly go here. Look, where are we? We are in the white matter of the spinal cord. On which aspect? Dorsal aspect. We are in the white matter on the dorsal aspect. And the fibers straight away start to climb up. And this is a tract on the dorsal aspect of the spinal cord, and this is what we call as the fasciculus gracialis and the fasciculus cuneatus. Okay, fasciculus is basically a tract, no? So it is known as the fasciculus gracialis and fasciculus cuneatus, or this is what we call as the dorsal columns, or this is what we call as the tract of Gall and Porta. Tract of Gall and Porta. Understanding? So where do we begin from? Once again, we begin from the receptor. We enter the spinal nerve. We enter the dorsal root, and we go to the dorsal root ganglion. So the dorsal root ganglion becomes the first order neuron for fine sensations. From here, the fibers now enter into the spinal cord in the white matter on the dorsal aspect. The fibers straight away start to climb up, and this is what is known as the fasciculus gracialis and fasciculus cuneatus. Okay, now the fibers will go up. Look, listen up. The fibers are climbing on the dorsal aspect of the spinal cord. Spinal cord is over. Who's above the spinal cord? Medulla. That means the fibers would now climb on the dorsal aspect of the medulla. Be very clear about this. Later, we'll be taking sections to the medulla. Later, we'll be studying the sections of the brainstem. We will be taking sections to the medulla. And the moment you see the fasciculus gracialis and fasciculus cuneatus, you should be able to understand that this is the dorsal aspect of the medulla. Clear? So, fasciculus gracialis and fasciculus cuneatus ascends on the dorsal aspect of the medulla. On the dorsal aspect of the medulla, we come across two nucleus. You know, this is the nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus. So where is this nucleus gracialis and cuneatus located? In the medulla on the dorsal aspect. So the fibers will now relay here. This becomes the second order neuron for fine sensations. Okay, the nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus becomes the second order neuron for fine sensations. The fibers will relay here, fine, and the fibers have to go up. The fibers have to go up, but we can't go about this. We can't go about this. Why? Because here the medulla opens up. The medulla opens here, and there is a cavity here. And what is this cavity? The fourth ventricle. Remember, just be clear with your concepts. So where is the fourth ventricle located? The fourth ventricle would be located in the medulla on the dorsal aspect. Okay, in the medulla on the dorsal aspect. That's the fourth ventricle. So fine. Fibers will relay in the nucleus gracialis and cuneatus. Don't draw anything, just concentrate, do not draw anything. The fibers have to go up, but we cannot go up because there's nothing to climb here. There's nothing to climb here. The medulla opens here. So what do the fibers do now? All these lines I'll be showing you later. Okay, I just want you to be clear with your concepts first, and then you see the slides, you'll immediately understand this. So what do the fibers do now? From the nucleus gracialis and cuneatus, the fibers now cross to the opposite side. The fibers cross to the opposite side, and the fibers start to climb up. And you know what is this tract now known as? Medial lemniscus. This is what we call as the medial lemniscus. So medial lemniscus is concerned with fine sensation. It carries the fine sensations. And when is it known as medial lemniscus? Once the fibers cross and they ascend up. This is when we call it as medial lemniscus. The medial lemniscus comes to the thalamus. Which fibers? Yes, and this crossing is known as the internal arcuate fibers. The crossing, the decussation, or it is known as sensory decussation, or this is what we call as the internal arcuate fibers. And the fibers ascend up as medial lemniscus. The fibers come to the thalamus, which nucleus ventroposterolateral, and from the internal capsule the fibers go to 3, 1, 2. That's it. So clear now, which is the first order neuron for fine sensations? Dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron for fine sensations would be the nucleus gracialis and cuneatus. And the third order neuron is thalamus. Okay. So just wait one moment before you draw this. Make a table like this. This is what you have to know. First order, second order, third order neuron, starting with crude sensations and fine sensations. Just make this table first and then we draw. Okay, so first order neuron for crude sensation is dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron for crude sensation is dorsal horn cell. Dorsal horn cell of the spinal cord. Name of the nucleus is substantia gelatinosa. And the third order neuron is thalamus. So the first order neuron is dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron is the second order neuron is dorsal horn cell. Name of the nucleus substantia gelatinosa, and the third order neuron is thalamus. Name of the nucleus ventroposterolateral. Starting with fine sensations. Okay. First order neuron, again dorsal root ganglion. Same, dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron is nucleus gracialis and cuneatus. Nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus. Let me finish this until. Nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus. The third order neuron is thalamus, ventroposterolateral. Okay, so that is what you are supposed to know. This is very important. Dorsal root ganglion, nucleus gracialis and cuneatus. Dorsal horn cell. DLC is dorsal horn cell. First order neuron is dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron is dorsal horn cell. The third order neuron is thalamus. Fine sensations. The first order neuron is dorsal root ganglion. The second order neuron is nucleus gracialis and cuneatus, and the third order neuron is thalamus. Okay, just draw the slide now and label this. Just 1 moment. That's the slide. I'll label the slide. Ventroposterolateral, ventroposter VPL है ये, this is VPL. Areas picture I'll put, just wait, I'll put that areas picture. The functional areas I'll put for you, just one moment. Tract of Gall and Borda. Okay, draw this. Once you're done, you tell me. Okay, clear? So that's about area number 312 and 57. So these are the ascending pathways I've told you. The pathways carrying crude sensation and the pathways carrying fine sensations. The first order neuron, second order neuron, third order neuron. This is clear to all of you? Done? Okay. This slide is done. Done with this slide. I'll explain later. I'll explain. VPL is ventroposterolateral. Ventroposterolateral. Okay. The dorsal columns, the fasciculus, gracilis and cuneatus, they are the same on the tract of Gall and Borda. It's the same tract. It is known as fasciculus, gracilis and fasciculus cuneatus, or dorsal columns, or the tract of Gall and Borda. Same. Wait, no, we are discussing that. Just wait. We're discussing that. Okay. Finish this first. Everything is there. I've drawn. Understand that. It's not that difficult. Fine sensations are tactile localization, tactile discrimination, stereognosis, vibration and proprioception. Sulcus are labeled, just wait. Not all sulcus are important for us, only two sulcus are important. One is central and one is lateral sulcus. Done? Done with this? Tell me, all of you, done with this? Internal arcuate fibers is the crossing, and after they cross, they climb up, and that is known as medial lemniscus. Medial lemniscus. Okay, this slide is over. Please don't type anything. Internal capsule and all. Oh, yes, that is that internal capsule which I drawn. Okay, done. Internal arcuate fibers is the crossing. Look, just look one moment. The fibers will relay in the nucleus gracilis and cuneatus. Clear? The fibers will now cross to the opposite side. The crossing of the fibers is known as internal arcuate fibers. And the fibers will now start to climb up, and that tract is known as medial lemniscus. Lemniscus is a tract, and crossing are the fibers. You clear now? Yes, clear to all of you. Chalo, we'll proceed now. So that's 312 and 57. Starting with the next areas, area number 17. Area number 17 is primary visual area. Primary visual area. Primary visual area. Now listen here. Do not type anything. Let me finish here. Okay, I'll start. Area number 17 is primary visual area. Now tell me the visual pathway. Where do we begin from? We begin from the retina. What begins? The optic nerve. Optic nerve cross optic chiasma, optic tract, the lateral geniculate bodies. The fibers will now pass to the internal capsule to area number 17. And the fibers which pass through the internal capsule is known as optic radiation. Optic radiation. Okay. So that's about the visual pathway. I'll just write this down for you. Visual pathway. Visual pathway. Retina, optic nerve, optic chiasma, optic tract, lateral geniculate body, optic radiation. Area 70. And this optic radiation passes through retrolentiform part of internal capsule. Retrolentiform part of internal capsule. Okay, it passes to the retrolentiform part of internal capsule. Just listen here. Don't sit and ask questions. Listen to this slowly. I'll be telling you everything. Do not sit and type anything. Okay, just sit and concentrate here. You people sit and type things and then you don't listen, and then again you keep asking me. Everything I'll be telling you, I told you. Do not sit and type anything. Where is lateral geniculate body and all? Just see this now, and later you see the slides. I'll be showing you the slides. So visual pathway. Clear? This is visual pathway. Optic radiation is the one which passes to the internal capsule. Which part of the internal capsule is that? Retrolentiform part of internal capsule. Retrolentiform part of internal capsule. Your physio is over, so you'll be able to understand it still better. Now tell me, this lentiform nucleus. Listen here. This lentiform nucleus is made up of an inner globus pallidus and an outer putamen. It's a triangular nucleus. Inner globus pallidus, outer putamen. This is the lentiform nucleus. Okay. There's another nucleus by the name of caudate nucleus. Caudate nucleus. Now, caudate nucleus and the lentiform nucleus. Now, the caudate nucleus and the putamen. Caudate nucleus and the putamen, they form a single unit. What is that known as? Striatum. Second, globus pallidus. Third, substantia nigra. And fourth is the subthalamic nucleus. Together constitutes what? If you can answer me this. Together constitutes what? together constitutes the basal ganglia. Basal ganglia. Okay. Basal ganglia. Fine. So, lentiform nucleus. I'll be showing you all the slides later. I'll be showing you the slides. So, lentiform nucleus is made up of an inner globus pallidus and outer putamen. Inner globus pallidus, outer putamen. Okay. The second nucleus is the caudate nucleus. Where is this? What is this? All these things I'll be showing you in the sections of the brain. So what I want you to understand is the caudate nucleus and the putamen, they form a single unit. That's the striatum. Second, globus pallidus. Third, substantia nigra. And the fourth is the subthalamic nucleus. Together constitutes the basal ganglia. Fine. So this is the visual pathway. Next is area number 18-19. Area 18-19 are visual association areas. Association areas. So 17 is primary visual area, 18-19 is visual association area. Fine. Now look here, understand this. A person is sitting and a person is looking, the person is looking. The person is able to see, which area is this? 17. Person is able to understand what the person is looking at. So which area is this? 18-19. Yeah? Person is able to understand. That's 18-19. Now 17 is damaged. 17 damaged. What will happen? The person is blind. Cortical blindness. 17 is damaged. The person is blind. That's cortical blindness. 18 and 19 damaged. What happens? 18 and 19 damaged. The person is looking without understanding. And this is exactly what happens in lectures, right? This is exactly what happens in lectures. The person is looking, not understanding. And this is what we call as visual agnosia. Or this is what we call as word blindness. Word blindness. That means the words are there, but the person is not able to understand them. That's word blindness. Okay, fine. So damage to 18-19 leads to a visual agnosia or word blindness. Visual agnosia or that's word blindness. Clear to all of you? Okay, continue with the next areas now. Starting with area number 41-42. Area number 41-42 is primary auditory area. Primary auditory area. Okay, I'm just finishing all the areas for you. 41-42 is primary auditory area. Okay. One pointer. Now starting with auditory pathway here. Understand this auditory pathway. Just listen to this. Auditory pathway. Chalo, we'll start. Where do we begin from? We. Who are we? We are fibers. We're starting with auditory pathway. We begin from the ear, organ of Corti. We begin from organ of Corti. We come in the pons. Here we are. We come in the pons. In the pons, there are two nucleus by the name of, have a look here. In the pons, there are two nucleus by the name of the dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus. Okay, so we begin, the fibers begin from organ of Corti. The fibers come in the pons, in the dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus. From here, the fibers go to another nucleus. Don't write this, I'm telling you all this, just listen. The fibers will go to another nucleus. What is this nucleus known as? The superior olivary nucleus. Okay, the fibers will go to the superior olivary nucleus. Then it's not shown in the slide. The superior olivary nucleus is also in the pons. The fibers come in the center. They cross. They decussate here. They cross. they form a body here. What is this body known as? The trapezoid body. This is very important. All these sections will be seen later. Okay, just for this auditory pathway, you listen to. So where we begin from? Ear organ of contact. We come in the pons, in the dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus. From here we go to another nucleus named the superior olivary nucleus. The fibers then come in the center, they decussate here, they form a body here named the trapezoid body, and the fibers would now start to climb up, and this tract is known as what? The lateral lemniscus. So lateral lemniscus is concerned with what? Auditory pathway. Auditory pathway. Where are we? Where are we? We are in the pons, and from the pons we going up. We going up from the pons. Where will we be? In the midbrain. On the dorsal aspect of the midbrain, you get two bodies here. What is that? The superior colliculus and the inferior colliculus. So the lateral lemniscus is now ascending up. It would first come to inferior colliculus. It's very easy. Understand it like this. Look here, the lateral lemniscus now goes to the inferior colliculus. Okay. From the inferior colliculus, it will go to the medial geniculate body. Medial geniculate body, and now from the medial geniculate bodies, the fibers will pass through the internal capsule to area number 41-42. Understood? So that's how the auditory pathways. You write it down. As you write, you'll understand it. Okay. Auditory pathway. A very important MCQ this is. You'll understand, just write it down. Auditory pathway. We begin from organ of contact, dorsal and ventral cochlear. Dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus. Superior olivary nucleus. Okay, so dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus, then to the superior olivary nucleus. Then the fibers will now cross. They form a body. Trapezoid body. Trapezoid body. The fibers now ascend up. What is that tract known as? Lateral lemniscus. Lateral lemniscus will relate in medial geniculate body. And from the medial geniculate body, the fibers will pass through internal capsule. What is that known as? Auditory radiation to area 41-42. And this auditory radiation lies in sublentiform part of internal capsule. So I've told you two parts of internal capsule. One is behind the lentiform nucleus. The lentiform nucleus is made up of globus pallidus and putamen. Behind the lentiform nucleus, that part of internal capsule is known as the retrolentiform part. And there is one part of the internal capsule which goes below the lentiform nucleus, and anything below is known as what? Sublentiform part. If it goes below, which lobe does it go in? Temporal lobe. So what fibers does it carry? Auditory radiation. So two limbs of internal capsule you are aware of now. One is the retrolentiform part, one is the sublentiform part of the internal capsule. In other words, the sublentiform part of internal capsule carries what? Fibers? Auditory radiation. And the retrolentiform part carries optic radiation. Am I clear to all of you? Superior, just one moment. Inferior colliculus is left. Lateral lemniscus will go to inferior colliculus. Yeah, just add one, sorry for that. Just add one thing, inferior colliculus. Lateral lemniscus will go to inferior colliculus. Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you. Lateral lemniscus will go to the inferior colliculus. From the inferior colliculus, they'll go to the medial geniculate body. Yes, inferior colliculus. Now, what is this colliculus? Where is it located? It's in the midbrain, on the dorsal aspect. All these things I'll show you later. Inferior colliculus, medial geniculate body, auditory region, and area number 41-42. Clear to all of you? So 41-42 is known as primary auditory area. Next. Area number 22. It is known as auditory association area, but it has got a name. Wernicke's area, or it is also known as the sensory speech area. Wernicke's area or the sensory speech area. Okay, so now you tell me. A person is sitting and a person is listening. The person is listening. The person is able to hear. Which area is that? 41-42. Person is able to understand what the person is listening to. So what is this area? This is area number 22. Now you tell me. 41-42 damaged. 41-42 damaged. What will happen? The person is deaf. 41-42 damaged. Person is deaf. 22 damaged. Again same. The person is listening and listening without understanding, and this is what we call as auditory agnosia, or this is what we call as word deafness. That was word blindness, so this would be word deafness. Okay, damage results in auditory agnosia or word deafness. Word deafness. Okay, so damage to this results in auditory agnosia or word deafness. Clear to all of you? So that's about area number 22. Now tell me, listen, a person has heard, a person has understood, and now a person wants to talk. So which is the area which helps a person to talk? That's the motor speech area, or this is what we call as Broca's area. So that's area number 44-45. That's motor speech area or Broca's area. Clear to all of you? Trapezoid body was formed by crossing of the fibers. Okay, so area number 44-45 is motor speech area or Broca's area. Damage to 44-45 results in motor aphasia. This is also known as sensory aphasia. Word deafness. This is also known as sensory aphasia. Okay. So auditory agnosia or word deafness or sensory aphasia. Damage to 44-45 is known as motor aphasia. Clear to all of you? Broca's aphasia. Okay. You have to treat the underlying cause. Clear? You have to treat the underlying cause. Okay, fine. This is clear. Now tell me, a person has heard, a person has understood, and now when a person talks, the person will talk relevant to what the person has heard. Okay, that means if I ask you something, you will answer to the same question. You will not tell me what you were doing yesterday. That means this Broca's and Wernicke's areas are connected to each other. Okay, this Broca's and Wernicke's areas are connected to each other, and this connection is known as uncinate or arcuate fasciculus. Uncinate or arcuate fasciculus. Fasciculus is a tract of fasciculus, lemniscus, all these are tracts. So what is uncinate fasciculus connects? You write this down. Uncinate or arcuate fasciculus connects Wernicke's and Broca's area. Uncinate fasciculus connects Wernicke's and Broca's area. Broca's area will help us to talk, no? Talk, articulation and talking. Okay. So look, for example, a person comes to your clinic. A person comes to your clinic and you're taking the history of the person. You're asking the person something. You're taking the history. You're asking the person something. And the person talks totally irrelevant things, totally different thing which is not related to your question at all. Means you are asking the person something and the person is talking entirely different thing. That means the person is not able to understand what you are saying. And this is sensory aphasia. This is how you understand it's sensory aphasia. Okay? Or auditory agnosia. Another person, patient comes to your clinic. You're taking the history. And the person is very restless. The person is very restless. The person is restless. The person is not able to talk. That is why the person feels very restless. The person feels very angry. That means the person is understanding what you are talking, what you are asking him. The person is understanding, but person finds difficulty in talking. He doesn't get words to talk. Okay, and this is what is motor aphasia or Broca's aphasia. Okay, now clear to all of you? And this Wernicke's and Broca's areas are connected by uncinate fasciculus. Uncinate fasciculus. Clear to all of you? Okay, that's it. Now starting with the last areas. Area number 4. Area number 4. Start. Area number 4 is primary motor area. Primary motor area. Area number 4 is primary motor area. Okay, now understand this. This pathway I'm telling you, descending fibers, just understand this, so that then later I'll show you the slides. Now listen here. I'll start. If you see the cerebral cortex, this cerebral cortex has got such triangular cells. What are these triangular cells known as? They look like pyramids. These are therefore known as pyramidal cells. In area number 4, we get the largest size of pyramidal cells. Large pyramidal cells are known as what? Betz cells. B-E-T-Z. Betz cells. So these are large pyramidal cells which are known as Betz cells. Betz cells. Okay, now listen here. Listen, don't write anything. We begin from area number 4. Who are we? Who are we? We are fibers. We begin from area number 4. We first cross this V-shaped structure. What's that? Internal capsule. We are coming down, no? So we start from area number 4. We first cross this V-shaped structure. That's internal capsule. Where are we now? Where are we? If you can tell me, where are we? Just one moment. Let me finish this. What I was telling you, listen here. So we begin from area number 4. We cross the internal capsule. Where are we now? We are in the brainstem. We don't go to the thalamus, and descending fibers do not go to the thalamus. Only ascending fibers, as a rule, they have to go to the thalamus, because thalamus will decide this fiber has to go through which limb of the internal capsule. So all the ascending fibers, as a rule, they have to go to the thalamus. Descending fibers, they do not go to the thalamus. Okay, so look here again. We start from area number 4. We cross the internal capsule. Where are we now? We are in the brainstem. First midbrain, then pons, and as we come in the medulla, we cross to the opposite side. We form elevations in the medulla, and this is what we call as the pyramids. Okay, these elevations in the medulla are known as what? Pyramids. So pyramids are caused due to crossing of this corticospinal or the descending tracts. and now this fibers will come and relay here. What is this now? This is the anterior horn cell of the spinal cord. You're following this? These fibers are therefore known as the corticospinal fibers. Corticospinal fibers. Look here. We start from area number 4. We cross the internal capsule. We are in the midbrain, pons, medulla. In the medulla, the fibers cross. They form elevations, that's pyramid, and the fibers straight away come down to the anterior horn cell of the spinal cord. And this begins from the cortex to the spinal cord. These are therefore known as the corticospinal tracts. Corticospinal tracts. One more thing, from the cortex to the nucleus to the anterior horn cell, from the cortex to the anterior horn cell, this is what we call as an upper motor neuron. Upper motor neuron. Okay, and the nerve will begin from here. The nerve will begin from the anterior horn cell. Here, just one moment. The nerve which begins from the anterior horn cell, this becomes the lower motor neuron. You have to know UML, upper motor neuron lesions, lower motor neuron lesions, Babinski's sign, that all thing is physio part. Okay. So these are the corticospinal tracts. Clear to all of you? Corticospinal fibers. We'll be writing this. Just listen first. We'll be writing this. Now, there's another type of fiber which begins from area number 4. Fine. Listen now. We start from area number 4. We cross the internal capsule and we end in the midbrain, in the pons, and in the medulla. Why? Who's lying here in the midbrain, in the pons, in the medulla? Who's lying here? This is what I'm telling you since morning. Who's lying in the brainstem? The nuclei of all the cranial nerves, they lie in the brainstem, except, you can answer that? 1 and 2, except 1 and 2, first and second cranial nerve. Rest all the nuclei of the cranial nerves are lying in the brainstem. You're following this? So these fibers will begin from where? These fibers will begin from the cortex and they will end on the nuclei of the cranial nerves, and these fibers are therefore known as the corticonuclear fibers or corticobulbar fibers. Clear? One more thing, from the cortex to the nuclei of the cranial nerves, this is what becomes the upper motor neuron, and the cranial nerve ka nucleus and the nerve becomes what? Lower motor neuron. Is this clear to all of you? Understanding? Yes? Yes. Okay, start with this. Descending fibers. Clear now? Okay. This is corticospinal and this is corticonuclear. Corticospinal, corticospinal. Area number 4. Internal capsule. Which limb of the internal capsule do they lie? Posterior limb. Which limb of the internal capsule do the corticospinal fibers lie? Posterior limb. Midbrain. Which part of the midbrain do they lie? Crus cerebri. Crus cerebri. So crus cerebri is a part of the midbrain in which the corticospinal fibers are lying. Pons. Which part of the pons is it? Basilar part. Basilar part of the pons. What are all this? I'll show you when I'm showing you the slides. Okay. Medulla. Pyramids. And then it comes to the spinal cord. Anterior horns. Is this clear? Corticonuclear. Area number 4. Internal capsule. Now corticonuclear fibers pass through which limb of the internal capsule? Genu. So now you know 4 parts of the internal capsule. Retrolentiform part you know, sublentiform part you know, You know the genu, you know the posterior lobe. Brainstem, nuclei of cranial nerves. Nuclei of the cranial nerve. Large pyramidal cells are known as bed cells. We labeled in sensory. No, where have we labeled in sensory? It's very good. I generally tell this all these things. Corticospinal fibers lie there. Just one moment. Finish this. Bed cells are large pyramidal cells. Corticobulbar, corticonuclear, same है. Corticonuclear is corticobulbar. Lateral corticospinal tracts are the ones which cross. The other one is anterior corticospinal tracts. I have not drawn both of them. Okay, we'll be seeing internal capsule in a different topic. Clear? So this is area number 4. Starting with the next area, area number 6 and 8. 6 and 8. Okay, so area number 4 is primary motor area. What is the function of area number 4? Initiation of movements. It initiates the movements. Area number 4 is going to initiate the movement. Initiation of movements. Okay, so area number 4 is going to initiate the movement. Next is 6 and 8. 6 and 8 is actually going to carry out the movement. They execute the movement. Execution of movements. Area number 8 is also known as frontal eye field. Area number 6 and 8 is premotor areas. Sorry, I didn't try that. Premotor areas. Area number 6 and 8 is known as premotor areas. What is the function of these areas? Area number 4 is just going to initiate the movement. Initiate. Who's actually going to carry out this movement? 6 and 8. So execution of movements. Execution. Clear? Okay, and area number 8 is also known as frontal eye field. So stimulation of this frontal eye field causes conjugate division of eyes, okay, to the opposite side. Clear to all of you? Area number 6 and 8. Last areas, area 9, 10, 11 and 12. 9, 10, 11, 12 are known as the prefrontal area. Prefrontal area. 9, 10, 11, 12 are known as the prefrontal area. Wait, I'll tell you this. Wait, just wait. Frontal eye field, if you simulate, there's conjugate division of the eyes. Okay. I put a small video on medial longitudinal fasciculus. Just have a look at that. I'll tell you once I finish things now. I put small videos on topics. I'll tell you that later. So 9, 10, 11, 12 are known as prefrontal areas. What is the function of this prefrontal areas? Intelligence. Memory. Intelligence, memory, ego, self-respect. Intelligence, memory, ego, self-respect. What is all this? Social behavior. All this is social behavior. Okay, so what are the functions of prefrontal areas? I'll be showing you all this pyramids and all, don't worry. Okay, so 9, 10, 11, 12 are known as prefrontal areas. Functions: intelligence, memory, ego, self-respect, and this is social behavior. And these areas are highly developed in us. We are therefore known as what? Social animals, right? But sometimes the term social is gone. A person therefore starts to behave like an animal. Clear to all of you? Okay. Upper motor neuron, lower motor neuron, I've told you no now. Yes, Bakshi, he will be able to understand that. Bakshi, yes. Clear now? Clear to all of you? Fine. So this is about the functional areas. Clear to all of you? I've told you the functional areas. I've told you the pathways which are very important for us. And all these slides I'll be showing you slowly as we enter into the topic of brain. Okay. So I'll be seeing all the slides. I'll be showing you all the slides, and again will be quickly going through this. So you'll understand this. Okay. Now I'll directly start with the ventricles. Ventricles first. Starting with the ventricles. Understand this first. Okay. I'm starting with ventricles. Understand this. These are very interesting topics. Starting with the third ventricle. Third ventricle. Just get oriented to all these things. Okay, have a look. Motor association are the same one. Prefrontal and primary motor, and primary motor is this. Premotor and prefrontal areas are association areas only. They are association areas. Clear? Now starting with the ventricle. Just have a look. Understand this. Descending tracts. I'll explain that once again. Descending tracts. I'll explain that once again later. I'll tell you. Okay. See why I told you this. One moment, look here. Corticospinal and corticonuclear tracts. Corticospinal. Look here once again. Listen here. We start from area number 4. Corticospinal tracts. We start from area number 4. We first cross the internal capsule. So corticospinal tracts pass to which limb of the internal capsule? Posterior limb. The moment we cross the internal capsule, we are first in the midbrain. Which part of the midbrain contains corticospinal fibers? The crus cerebri. Then the pons, basilar part. Then the medulla. They cross. They form elevations, pyramids. And then the fibers will relay on the anterior horn cell of the spinal cord. From the cortex to the anterior horn cell is the upper motor neuron, and the anterior horn cell itself and the nerve is the lower motor neuron. Okay, you know poliomyelitis. Poliomyelitis is a disease of anterior horn cell, and in that case there is paralysis of muscle, paralysis. So that's a lower motor neuron. Clear now? Corticonuclear fibers, where do they begin from? Area number 4. They cross the internal capsule, pass through the genu, then they relay in the brainstem on the nucleus of the cranial nerves. Okay, listen now. What I'm telling you is, why is this so important? Why I'm telling you this so much? Look, if there's a lesion of the midbrain, okay, if there's a lesion of the midbrain, who's involved in that? Suppose the crus cerebri is involved. So the moment crus cerebri is involved, which fibers are involved? Corticospinal. The moment corticospinal fibers are involved, what will the person get? A contralateral hemiplegia. The person will get a contralateral hemiplegia. Plus, at this part of the midbrain, the cranial nerve nucleus, who's there? This I have not told you. The nucleus of cranial nerve will also get involved, and then you'll have that symptom. Okay, for example, if there's a lesion of the midbrain, crus cerebri, corticospinal fibers are involved, and the third nerve lies there, third nerve. So who's involved? The third nerve is involved and the corticospinal tracts are involved. So the person will have a contralateral hemiplegia and the person will have ipsilateral paralysis of the muscles supplied by the third nerve. That means all the muscles supplied by the third nerve will be paralyzed on the same side except lateral rectus and superior oblique, and the person will have a contralateral hemiplegia. And this is what we call as Weber syndrome. Weber syndrome. Okay. So these are brainstem lesions. This I'll tell you slowly. Understood? No? So that is why this is important. For that you have to be perfect with brainstem. Perfect. You have to know which nucleus of the cranial nerve lies where. This is what I was telling you in the morning, if you remember. Okay. So you have to be perfect in that only. Then you will understand the lesions of the brainstem. Okay. Anatomy is very important. Then your clinical things will be clear. Yes. See, I will finish my portion, don't worry. Even if I have to take an extra day, I'll take. Oh, but I don't want to rush. Clear? So don't worry about that. That's my responsibility. Okay, fine. Now we're starting with the ventricles. We start with the ventricles. Which ventricle are we talking now? Third ventricle. Third ventricle. Now understand this. I'm starting. Do not draw anything. Concentrate. See the slides. Then you draw the slides. Then I show you the actual slide. And if this anatomy is clear, your CT and MRI will be clear. Because everything same will be seen there. Okay? I'll start. Now, what is this here? That's a corpus callosum. Corpus callosum. What is this? What is this? This is the fornix. Fornix. Do not draw anything. This is the fornix. Corpus callosum. This is the fornix. If you can tell me, I have to keep on changing colors here. Just one moment. Just bear with me. What is this now? We draw colorful brain. This is the septum pellucidum. Septum pellucidum. Okay. So this is corpus callosum. This line is the fornix. The yellow structure is the septum pellucidum. What is this black structure in front? This is known as the anterior commissure. The black structure is the anterior commissure. Now we come in front. What is this known as? This is the lamina terminalis. Just listen, do not draw anything. Lamina terminalis. Now, what is this here? This is the optic chiasma. That's the pituitary stalk and the pituitary gland. These are the mammillary bodies. And as we come back, who's this? This is the midbrain. That's the pons. That's the medulla. Coming further back. One moment. Who's this here? What is this gland here? The pineal gland. And as we go down, look who's this? That's the cerebellum. And now you tell me, what is this? Animated images. Okay, and now you tell me. One moment. Tell me, what is this view of the brain? I've not drawn the entire brain. If you have to see the entire brain, it will be something like this. First, understand this line diagrams. Be perfect with everything. Then I'll show you the animated images and all. Okay. But for that you have to know things. So this is a sagittal section. Yeah, that's a sagittal section. That section of the face which was taken, that was a coronal section. Okay, fine. So that's the sagittal section of the brain. Okay, I'm not drawing the entire brain here. We just, this much is important for us. This is important. Okay, don't draw anything. Tell me now, what is this entire area known as? This entire area is known as the diencephalon. And this diencephalon is divided by a sulcus here. What do we call this sulcus as? The hypothalamic sulcus. And this hypothalamic sulcus divides the diencephalon into one. This is the thalamus and one moment. What is this known as? This dotted one which I have drawn is the hypothalamus. Okay. Now you tell me, what is this going to be? This is the superior colliculus and this is the inferior colliculus. You understand now? Who was asking me superior and inferior colliculus? Now superior and inferior colliculus is located in the midbrain. On which aspect? Dorsal aspect. Okay. And there's something here. There's something here. One moment. Color, color, color. Okay, that's the pineal gland. There's something above the pineal gland. There's something below the pineal gland. And you know, these are fibers. These are fibers which connect the opposite hemispheres. And these are said to be commissures. What is this commissure? Anterior commissure. We go straight back, straight back. What is this commissure known as? Posterior commissure. And what is this commissure known as? This is known as the habenular commissure. Now, what are commissural fibers? We'll discuss later. They connect opposite hemispheres. Okay, so this is the slide. And just one last thing I have to draw here. Just one moment. Just one last thing. Commissures are fibers which connects opposite hemispheres of the brain. Yep. There's something here which I need to draw for you. And tell me what's this? And what's this? Look who's this? That's the fourth ventricle. Fourth ventricle. Okay. That's the fourth ventricle, and we just put an arrow here. Okay, that's the complete slide. Draw the slide, understand it, and then I show you the. Sorry. Just one moment. This no page is always first. Yep, that's a slide. Sorry. Okay, draw the slide. Labeling cell tell. Draw the slide. I'll name all those things. Yes. I'll label everything for you. Just draw this and understand where the ventricle lies. Draw this first. Okay, I'll start with the nucleus. Draw this. I'll label that. First draw this. Foramen of Monroe, not Lashka. I'll be labeling this. Just wait, no. You draw this now first. You draw this, I'll be labeling this. How nice ventricle is, you'll understand, okay? Once you're done, you tell me. Phonics. Phonics belongs to both commissural and projection fibers. Both. Commissural as well as projection. Both it is. Clear? If you're done, you tell me. I'll start. Okay, we'll start. Label this as one moment, I'm just taking the color. Okay, we'll start. Label this as phonics. Phonics. I'll put the arrow for you. Phonics. Label that as phonics. Done. Label this yellow structure as septum pellucidum. Septum pellucidum. The yellow structure is the septum pellucidum. Okay, septum pellucidum. That's over. Label this rounded structure as anterior commissure. Anterior commissure. Label this as lamina terminalis. Lamina terminalis. Label this as optic chiasma. Optic chiasma. Pituitary stalk. This is the pituitary stalk. The gland is down. That's pituitary stalk. Pituitary stalk. Label this as mammillary body. Mammillary body. Okay. Label this as hypothalamic sulcus. Hypothalamic sulcus. Hypothalamic sulcus. The one in T, the one written as T is thalamus. T is thalamus. And below the hypothalamic sulcus, the one dotted is hypothalamus. Hypothalamus. So T is thalamus and the one dotted is hypothalamus. Hypothalamus. Okay. Label this as pineal gland. Pineal gland. Pineal gland. About this is habenular. Habenular commissure. Habenular commissure, and below this is posterior commissure. Posterior commissure. So habenular commissure, pineal gland, posterior commissure. Okay, following this? Now come back. You know this is superior inferior colliculus. You need not label that. Superior inferior colliculus you need not label. Label this number 4 as fourth ventricle. 4 is fourth ventricle. What is this then? If that's fourth ventricle, what is this? Aqueduct of Sylvius. That's aqueduct of Sylvius. Okay, aqueduct of Sylvius. And just put an arrow here. Just put this arrow. I'll tell you what this arrow is later. Just put this arrow here. This is the pituitary gland. This is the pituitary gland. This is the mammillary body. That's the optic chiasma. Optic chiasma. Above the pituitary gland is the pituitary stalk. Fine, clear to all of you? All the labelings are clear to all of you. Now understand what I'm telling you. Understand this. Where is the ventricle line? Okay, I make a full screen for you. Where is the ventricle now? Where is the ventricle in this case? Look, this is so nice. Try to understand this. Now, okay, understand this. Fine to all of you. This is the sagittal section of the brain. Sagittal section of the brain. I start. Now, I'm just showing you this is the thalamus and that's the hypothalamus. This is the thalamus, this is the hypothalamus of one side, for one side. For this side, this is the thalamus, this is the hypothalamus. And what's this? Hypothalamic sulcus. This is of one side, this is of one side. Now, when we join these two hemispheres together, they don't stick to each other. No. They don't stick to each other. No. The thalamus and hypothalamus are not like this. The thalamus and hypothalamus are concave. There's a concavity here. That's thalamus, that's hypothalamus, that's a sulcus. There's a concavity here. For this side, the thalamus and hypothalamus are concave here. And tell me now, when we join these two hemispheres like this, you get a single cavity here. And this is the cavity of third ventricle. That's a single midline third ventricle. How many third ventricles are there? There's only one third ventricle. Remember, And where is the third ventricle lying? In the midline. Okay, it's right in the midline. That means you tell me one thing. Look, if this is an entire brain, one hemisphere, second hemisphere, and these are the two hemispheres here, and we are taking a section like this, section like this. What is this section? This is a sagittal section. We are taking a sagittal section. Okay, we are taking a sagittal section like this, like this, like this. That means we are actually cutting through the third ventricle. We are actually cutting through the third ventricle. You understanding? That means this entire area that you're looking at is nothing but the third ventricle itself. Okay, look, this entire area that we are looking at is nothing but the third ventricle itself. Just see the slide actually. See the slide and then you'll understand. One moment. Look at this. Have a look at this. Yo. Once again, just quickly going through this. What is this now? That's the corpus callosum. What is this here? That's the fornix. That's the corpus callosum. That's the fornix. What is this here? Septum pellucidum. That's the septum pellucidum. What is this here? Anterior commissure. The lamina terminalis. Optic chiasma. Pituitary stalk. Mammillary bodies. This is the pineal gland. Above this is the habenular commissure. Below this is the posterior commissure. This is the superior colliculus and inferior colliculus. That's the superior and that's the inferior colliculus. This is the midbrain. That's the pons. That's the medulla. Following this, this is the midbrain, pons and medulla. One more. This is the midbrain. That's the pons and that's the medulla. That's the cerebellum. That's the fourth ventricle. This is the aqueduct of Sylvius. Aqueduct of Sylvius. You're clear with this? So, if these are the two hemispheres and we're taking a section, a sagittal section, that means we are actually cutting through the third ventricle. That means this entire area which we are looking here is nothing but the third ventricle itself. This area is nothing but the third ventricle itself. You're following this? Now just tell me one thing. Okay, listen here now. Tell me, this room in which you are sitting, okay, this room in which you are sitting is the third ventricle, suppose. This room in which you are sitting is the third ventricle. Who's above? Who's above? Roof, roof. Who's below? Floor, floor. Who's this in front? Anterior wall. Who's this behind? Posterior wall. And what are these two walls? The lateral walls. And this therefore becomes a single cavity of third ventricle. You are understanding how the third ventricle is? So now look here. This is aqueduct. This is aqueduct of Sylvius. Just wait, I'll tell you. So now you tell me, what is the roof of the third ventricle formed by? The roof is formed by the fornix. The floor of the third ventricle is formed by the optic chiasma, the pituitary stalk, the mammillary body. This is going to form the floor. Okay, the optic chiasma, the pituitary stalk, the mammillary body. The anterior wall would be formed by what? The anterior commissure and the lamina terminalis. The posterior wall would be formed by the pineal gland, the posterior and the habenular commissure. And the lateral walls would be formed by what? The thalamus and the hypothalamus. This becomes a single midline third ventricle. Is this clear now? Is this clear to all of you? Rounded structure in green. This is the colliculus, superior and inferior colliculus. Okay, any doubts clear to all of you? Understood the third ventricle. And now you tell me, if this is the third ventricle, okay, look here. If this entire area is the third ventricle here, and this third ventricle would be communicating with the fourth ventricle through this channel, and what is this channel here? This is the aqueduct of Sylvius. Understanding? So this entire third ventricle would be communicating with the fourth ventricle through aqueduct of Sylvius. And tell me now, what is this here? This is the septum pellucidum. Okay, if I break this septum pellucidum, and we go on that side meaning which side? If you break the septum pellucidum and we go on that side meaning lateral. This is midline, no? This is the sagittal section. So this is all midline. This is midline, right? So what I'm telling you, if you break this septum pellucidum and we go to that side, lateral side, we go in a very big cavity of the brain. And what is this big cavity? Lateral ventricle. That's lateral ventricle. So where is the lateral ventricle located? It's on the lateral side. So now what will the septum pellucidum and the fornix form for the lateral ventricle? If you can tell me, what is the septum pellucidum and fornix form for the lateral ventricle? The medial wall. The septum pellucidum and fornix are going to form the medial wall for the lateral ventricle. Clear? And this lateral ventricle will be communicating with the third ventricle through this foramen. And this is the foramen of Monro. Okay? So that arrow, no, label that as foramen of Monro. I didn't label that. Yes, very good. Very nice. You understood. Very good. Yes, very good. So label this as foramen of Monro. This arrow you label as foramen of Monro. Clear to all of you? Be perfect with all these things. Huh? If this is clear now, your MRI, CT, everything will be very easy to understand. Brain is beautiful, brain is nice. You're in the brain, you're moving in the brain, you're moving in one ventricle to the other ventricle, your aqueduct, and then the fourth ventricle, like that. Fine, clear to all of you? That's the third ventricle. Starting with the third ventricle. Start, third ventricle. Roof. Roof is formed by fornix. Flow. Optic chiasma. Pituitary stalk. Mammillary bodies. What is the confusion? Anterior wall, anterior commissure, and lamina terminalis. Orange line is lamina terminalis. Just one moment. Lamina terminalis. Anterior wall is anterior commissure, lamina terminalis. Posterior wall, I'll label that once again, just look here. Posterior wall is formed by habenular commissure. Pineal gland. Posterior commissure. Habenular commissure, pineal gland, and posterior commissure. I'll tell you the foramen of Monro, just wait. And the lateral walls. You write it down now first. Lateral wall. Thalamus and hypothalamus. Tuber cinereum is pituitary stalk. Lateral ventricle is a separate topic. You'll understand. Just wait. Just wait. You'll understand lateral ventricle. Just wait. First, understand the third ventricle. Just be with me. Everything you'll understand. Just be with me. The moment I magnify, this thing goes off. Okay, look here now. Look here quickly. I'll just go through this. What is this? What is this known as? This is the fornix. Okay, that's the septum pellucidum. This is the anterior commissure. This is the lamina terminalis. This is the optic chiasma, pituitary stalk. This is the mammillary body. That's the habenular commissure, pineal gland, posterior commissure. This is the aqueduct of Sylvius. Aqueduct of Sylvius, that's the fourth ventricle. This entire area is the third ventricle. This entire area is the third ventricle. Okay, and what I'm telling you is, clear now? What I'm telling you is, if you break this septum pellucidum, if I break this septum pellucidum and fornix, and I go on that side, lateral side, I go in a very big cavity of the brain. What's that? Lateral ventricle. So where is the lateral ventricle located? On the lateral side. And this lateral ventricle would be communicating with the third ventricle. This lateral ventricle would communicate with the third ventricle through this arrow. This arrow is foramen of Monro. Okay, that arrow is foramen of Monro. This black arrow which I've drawn is foramen of Monro. Black and pink. Clear to all of you? This is hypothalamic sulcus. That's hypothalamic sulcus. This is septum pellucidum. No, this is septum. The yellow structure is septum pellucidum. Yellow structure is septum pellucidum. Don't get confused now. When I'm telling you, you concentrate. This is lamina terminalis. When I'm telling you, you concentrate. Otherwise, then no, this thing happens. Then you're not able to understand things. Okay, clear to all of you? Fine. So that's about the third ventricle. Understand now, starting with the lateral. Okay, just one moment. Now, if you take a section, now I'm taking a section through the, I want to see an intact third ventricle. Now, you want to see an intact third ventricle. What do you do now? If you want to see an intact third ventricle, we take a different section. We'll take a section in which you see the thalamus and hypothalamus of both the sides. The moment you are able to see the thalamus and hypothalamus of both the sides, the cavity between them would be the third ventricle. Okay, now look here. Taking a section like this. Just 1 minute. We're taking a section like this. Like this. This is a coronal section. We're taking a section like this, a coronal section. Tell me, what are we going to cut? What are we going to cut? I'll start here. We take a section like this, like this, like this. So what are we going to cut? Here we are. Here, that's the corpus callosum. That's the septum pellucidum. That's the fornix. That's the thalamus. And we go straight down. Hypothalamus is in front, slightly in front. Okay. We take a coronal section. And look here once again. What are we going to cut here once again? Taking a coronal section, we are going to cut the corpus callosum, the septum pellucidum, the fornix, the thalamus, and we go straight down. Okay, understand this section of the brain. Look, this is so nice. Have a look at this. This is a coronal section. Coronal section. What is this now? This is the corpus callosum. Corpus callosum. This is the septum pellucidum. Septum pellucidum. This is the fornix. Okay, fornix. Look, who's this? Thalamus. Who's this? Thalamus. What is this cavity now? This is the cavity of third ventricle. You understanding now? In a coronal section, that's a coronal section. A coronal section taken through the brain. Okay. So that's corpus callosum. That's septum pellucidum, fornix, thalamus. Thalamus In between is the third ventricle. So hypothalamus you're not able to see. Hypothalamus is in front. Clear to all of you? Very nice, very nice. Very good. You've understood this? Very nice. Answer this MCQ. Okay, brain is very nice. You still have to, we have not yet entered into the brainstem. The best part is to understand the brainstem. My God, it's awesome. Okay, just wait. We'll go into this. I'll finish the lateral ventricle, then you take a break. Okay, I have to finish the lateral ventricle first. After the lateral ventricle, you take a break. Be fresh and come for the fourth ventricle, the brainstem, and the functional components. You understand that? Your day is done. Okay, this is clear? Fine. Starting with lateral ventricle. Okay, very good, very nice. Start. Beautiful. You are understanding? I'm happy. Okay, starting with lateral ventricle. Understand this now. How many lateral ventricles are there? Okay. Listen now. How many lateral ventricles are there? I'm starting here, just concentrate. Do not draw anything. Lateral ventricle is slightly difficult. Let me just finish this lateral ventricle, then you take a break. Okay. Now, how many lateral ventricles are there? Yeah, I start. There are two lateral ventricles. Don't draw anything. There are two lateral ventricles. One is in this hemisphere and one is in this hemisphere. There are two lateral ventricles. But both these lateral ventricles, one moment, I'll just make a full screen for you. Okay, look, this is so nice. This is one lateral ventricle in the form of a C. It's in the form of a C. This is one lateral ventricle in one hemisphere. This is the second lateral ventricle in the form of a C in the other hemisphere. Now both these lateral ventricles are not like this. They're not like this, sticking to each other. No, they're not like this, sticking to each other. Look, both the lateral ventricles are joined to each other only in the front. They join to each other only in the front. And as we come back, meaning which lobe? Occipital lobe. As we are going towards the occipital lobe, they go away and away from each other. Away meaning what? Laterally from each other. Get the concept clear? Look, both the lateral ventricles are not like this. This is midline, right? Both the lateral ventricles are not sticking to each other in the midline. No, both the lateral ventricles are joined only in the front, and as we're coming back, they go away and away from each other. They're going laterally from each other. And both these lateral ventricles are joined to each other in the front, and both these lateral ventricles will be communicating with a single midline third ventricle through foramen of Monro. Okay, understand this lateral ventricle, it's very nice. Okay, starting with lateral ventricle. Okay, starting with lateral ventricle, just have a look at this. This is one lateral ventricle, This is one lateral ventricle in the form of a C like this. This is one lateral ventricle in the form of a C. Okay, right? I'm not drawing the entire lateral ventricle. One will be on that side. I'm not drawing the other one, but one lateral ventricle will be on this side like that. And both these lateral ventricles are joined here. What is that? Foramen of Monro. Foramen of Monro. Just wait, do not draw anything, just concentrate. That's the foramen of Monro. Okay. Now, what are the parts of the lateral ventricle? In front of foramen of Monro, we call this as anterior horn. This is the body of the lateral ventricle. This is the posterior horn, and that's the inferior horn of the lateral ventricle. It's not this parts of the lateral ventricle. Draw this. Starting with lateral ventricle, topic is lateral ventricle. We're drawing the parts of lateral ventricle. This is the foramen of Monro. That circular area is foramen of Monro, but both the lateral ventricles are joined. So in front of the foramen of Monro, this is the anterior horn. Anterior horn, that's the body. That's the posterior horn, and this is the inferior horn. Inferior horn of lateral ventricle. If you're done, you tell me. There will be two foramen of Monro, no? Though lateral ventricle, there are two lateral ventricles, so there will be two of them. Okay, so anterior horn, body, posterior horn, and inferior horn. Now, before I start with the relations of lateral ventricle, you just need to know the parts of corpus callosum, because corpus callosum is very closely related to the lateral ventricle. Okay. Now, what is this part of the corpus callosum? What is this? What is this? And what is this? This bend you must be knowing, genu. The bend is genu. So, what is this? Rostrum. Rostrum, genu, trunk. This is the trunk, and this is the splenium. Rostrum, genu, trunk, and splenium. So, these are the parts of corpus callosum: rostrum, genu, trunk, and splenium. Rostrum, genu, trunk, and splenium. Okay, done. Rostrum, genu, trunk, and splenium. Okay, just concentrate and put your 100% concentration to this. You understand this, you'll never forget. Okay, I start. Just tell me one thing. What is the septum pellucidum and the fornix? Where are they with respect to the lateral ventricle? The septum pellucidum and the fornix, where are they with respect to the lateral ventricle? On the medial side, medial side. They form the medial wall of the lateral ventricle. Understanding? Look here. If we break this septum pellucidum and we break this fornix and we go on that side, we are into the lateral ventricle. So what is the septum pellucidum and fornix form for the lateral ventricle? The medial wall. With this concept, starting with lateral ventricle, just have a look. Do not draw anything, have a look here. First, understand this. Okay, I just make this as the lateral ventricle. This is one lateral ventricle here. One will be on that side. Okay, I'm not drawing the other lateral ventricle. What is this? Foramen of Monro. Who's this? Anterior horn, body, posterior horn, inferior horn. Now, look, this is so nice. Just try to understand this. Understand this now. What is this now? What are the relations of anterior horn? Just one moment. The relations of anterior horn of the lateral ventricle. Relations of anterior horn. Look, who's this here? That's the corpus callosum. That's the corpus callosum. And look. What's this? What's this going to be? This is the fornix. Fornix. That's the fornix. And now you tell me, what is this? What is this? What is this? Septum pellucidum. Look. Where's the lateral ventricle going? Look. Where's the lateral ventricle going? And look, where's the lateral ventricle gone? On the lateral side. You understanding this now? The lateral ventricle has gone on the lateral side. Following this, this is the sagittal section. Sagittal section. This is the sagittal section only. Clear? Following this. So what are the relations of the anterior horn? Look, relations of the anterior horn in the flow. In the flow is the rostrum of corpus callosum. Anteriorly is the genu of corpus callosum. The roof will be formed by the trunk of the corpus callosum, and whose medial the septum pellucidum and the fornix. Medially would be septum pellucidum and the fornix. Easy it is. Now understand the relations of the body of the lateral ventricle. Body. Okay. That's the body of the lateral ventricle. So what are the relations of the body of the lateral ventricle? Who's in the roof? Same. Fornix. Who's medial? The septum, pellucidum, and the fornix. And now look, in the floor of the lateral ventricle, there are two nucleus. One is this nucleus. If you can just tell me what is this? This is a nucleus in the form of a C like this, C. And this nucleus has got a tail here, tail. What is this tail known as? Amygdala. And what is this nucleus known as? This is the caudate nucleus. And there's something here like this. Who's this? This is the thalamus. This is the thalamus. Okay, that's the thalamus. That means, understand, in the floor of the lateral ventricle, there are two nucleus. In the floor of the lateral ventricle, there are two nucleus. In the floor of the body of lateral ventricle, one is the caudate nucleus, one is the thalamus. Now tell me, how are they placed? One is caudate nucleus, one is thalamus. How are they placed? Just one moment. Look, in the floor of the lateral ventricle, there are two nucleus. Just try to understand this. One moment. These are three-dimensional views. They are difficult to understand like that. Really local. Okay. Look, this is the lateral ventricle. Understand this. This is the lateral ventricle. Okay. And in the floor of the lateral ventricle, who's this nucleus in the form of a C? Sitting inside the lateral ventricle in the form of the C. What's that? Caudate nucleus. And what is this nucleus here? What is this nucleus that I'm showing with my fingers? This is the thalamus. That means in the floor of the lateral ventricles, there are two nucleus. This is the thalamus, and who's this? The caudate nucleus. Now tell me, how are they placed? Thalamus is medial and caudate nucleus is on the lateral side. Thank you. Thalamus is on the medial side and the caudate nucleus is on the lateral side. Okay, so that's how the nucleus are in the floor. Just have a look at this slide and you'll understand this. One moment, this is slightly difficult to understand. Have a look. See the slide. Look, what's this cavity? This is the cavity of the lateral ventricle. That's the cavity of the lateral ventricle. The lateral ventricle. Now tell me, there are two lateral ventricles. No? So this is the cavity of lateral ventricle. Now tell me, who's in the roof? That's the corpus callosum in the roof. Who's medial? The septum, pellucidum and the fornix. In the medial is septum, pellucidum and the fornix. And look who's in the floor of the lateral ventricle. Look, there are two nucleus. This is the caudate nucleus and this is the thalamus. Now you are able to follow what is this section. This is a coronal section. Caudate nucleus is lateral, and thalamus is medial. Thalamus. What is this cavity? The third ventricle. You understanding? Between the two thalami is what? Third ventricle, no? Understood what I'm saying? This is slightly difficult. It will take time to understand. So what I want you to understand is, in the floor of lateral ventricle, there are two nucleus. Who's medial? Thalamus. And who's lateral? Caudate nucleus. Wait, I'll show you another slide. Look, this is so nice. You tell me, what is this nucleus in the form of a C? What is this nucleus in the form of a C? That's caudate nucleus. And who is this in green? That's thalamus. This is thalamus. Tell me, what is this view? Where are you looking this structure from? Where are we looking this from? We are looking this from the lateral side. You're looking from the lateral side. So first what you're seeing, caudate nucleus, and then what are you seeing? The thalamus. Wait, I'll show you another slide. Then it will be clear. Just one moment. Look, see this slide. See this slide. See this slide, you'll understand. You'll understand. Just give me 2 minutes, you'll understand. Okay. What is this section? What is this section? A sagittal section. This is a sagittal section. Okay. This is a sagittal section. Tell me, what is this? What is this? Thalamus. Where is the caudate nucleus in this? This is the sagittal section. This is a midline section. That's the thalamus. Where is the caudate nucleus in this? We are not able to see the caudate nucleus. Why? Because the caudate nucleus is lateral. It is lateral to the thalamus. And above the thalamus and the caudate nucleus, who lies? Is the lateral ventricle. You're following now? The lateral ventricle is above the thalamus and the caudate nucleus. So in the floor of the lateral ventricle, there are two nuclei. One is the thalamus, one is the caudate nucleus, whose medial thalamus and whose lateral the caudate nucleus. Are you following this, or is it difficult? Look here once again. This is the sagittal section. So this is the thalamus. This is the sagittal section, right? So this is the thalamus and that's the caudate nucleus. Where are we looking this from? This we're looking from the medial side. You're looking this from medial side. Now what I was showing you is, see this slide, and tell me, this is the caudate nucleus and that's the thalamus. Now this, where are we looking from? We are looking this from the lateral side. So first, what are you seeing? Caudate nucleus, and then what are you seeing? The thalamus. The same slide, if you look from the medial side, the first thing you would see the thalamus and then you would see the caudate nucleus. And this should be perfect. Clear? Perfect. Okay, that's good. Very good. So let's start with this now. Starting with the lateral ventricle. Okay, I'll start with a new page. Starting with lateral ventricle. Lateral ventricle. Anterior horn. Yes, very good. Anterior horn. What are the relations of the anterior horn? Floor is rostrum. Floor is rostrum. Anteriorly, chin, roof, trunk. Floor is rostrum, and some books also mention head of caudate nucleus. You can also write this, head of caudate nucleus. Rostrum and the head of caudate nucleus. Anteriorly is the genu, roof is formed by the trunk, medial, septum pellucidum, and the fornix. Septum pellucidum and the fornix. Starting with the body of the lateral ventricle. Body. Starting with the body of the lateral ventricle. Get everything on the same page actually. So clear? Body of the lateral ventricle. Tell me, who's in the roof? Trunk of corpus callosum. Trunk of corpus callosum. Whose medial? Septum pellucidum and the fornix. Same as septum pellucidum and fornix. Flow laterally, caudate nucleus medially. Medial is the thalamus. Okay, clear with this? Right. Just one small part of the lateral ventricle is left. Now look, we're taking a section through the lateral ventricle. We're taking a section through the lateral ventricle. Look, this is so nice. Just try to understand this. And what is this section that we're taking? This is a sagittal, I'm sorry, this is a coronal section. Coronal section, we are taking a coronal section like this, huh? Through the brain. We are taking a coronal section. Okay, I'll start. Answer now. What are we going to cut? Yeah, we start. This is the trunk of the corpus callosum. We cut the trunk of corpus callosum. We cut the septum pellucidum. We cut the fornix. Here we cut the, one moment, once again I'll tell you. Here, what do we cut? We cut the trunk of the corpus callosum. We cut the septum pellucidum. We cut the fornix. Who's on that side? Who's on that side of the septum pellucidum and the fornix? The lateral ventricle, the body of the lateral ventricle. We come down. We cut the caudate nucleus. We come down. We cut the thalamus. Who's on this side? Who's on this side of the thalamus? Third ventricle. And further come to this side, you'll get another thalamus. Okay, because the third ventricle is between the two thalamus. You following this? So that's the sagittal section. You should be able to follow this this coronal section. Coronal section. Clear to all of you? Look here, once again, I'm taking a coronal section. You'll understand the slide. Here we are cutting the trunk of the corpus callosum. We are cutting the septum pellucidum. We are cutting the fornix. Who's on lateral side? Who's lateral to this? The body of the lateral ventricle. We cut the caudate nucleus. We cut the thalamus. Who's medial to the thalamus? Third ventricle. With this concept, one moment. With this concept, understand now. See this slide. You'll be able to follow this. Wait, don't draw. I'll give you time to draw that. Just have a look here. Now look, what is this cavity of? This is the cavity of lateral ventricle. That's the body of lateral ventricle on both the sides, right? This is the body of lateral ventricle. Now what are the relations of the body? The roof is formed by corpus callosum. Who's medially? That's the septum pellucidum and the fornix. And who's in the floor? This is the caudate nucleus and that's the thalamus. Thalamus. That's the third ventricle. This should be perfect. Is this clear to all of you? It's fine. Okay, clear. Just have a look at this slide and tell me. Now we're taking sections to the lateral ventricle. We're taking section to the lateral ventricle. We take the section to the anterior horn. We're taking the section to the body. We're taking section to the posterior horn, inferior horn, like this. This is the section taken through the anterior horn of the lateral ventricle. This is the section taken to the anterior horn. I'm so sorry, just 1 minute. This is the anterior horn of the lateral ventricle. Okay. You tell me now. See this slide and you tell me. This is the lateral ventricle. This is a diagrammatic representation. What is this? Corpus callosum. This is the septum pellucidum. This is the fornix. This is the caudate nucleus. This is the thalamus. This is another thalamus. This is the third ventricle. Clear to all of you? Now we are taking section through the lateral ventricle like this. We are taking section through the anterior horn and all. Just 5 minutes. I'll finish this. This is the anterior horn of the lateral ventricle. I'll show you one good slide. Yo, look at this slide. This is a very good slide. This is a very good slide. Look at this slide. The same CT and MRI you'll be getting. What is this cavity of? This is the cavity of lateral ventricle. Okay, so who's this above? The corpus callosum. Who's this septum pellucidum? And what's that? Fornix. And what's that? Caudate nucleus. And what's this? Thalamus. This is another thalamus. So what is this cavity of third ventricle? You're clear with all this? Clear, no? Fine. Okay, just one last thing about the lateral ventricle. Now, tell me now, what is a sulcus? What is a complete sulcus? What happened? Anterior horn. That was the body. Anterior horn is a small anterior horn. If you take section from the anterior partner, you get the anterior horn. Now just write this down. Complete sulcus. Complete sulcus. Just write this down. I'll explain this. That completes the lateral ventricle. Just 5 minutes. Complete sulcus is the one which forms. An elevation in. Is the one which forms an elevation in the floor of lateral ventricle. Is the one which forms an elevation in the floor of lateral ventricle. Example, calcarine sulcus. Calcarine sulcus forms an elevation in the posterior horn that is known as calcar avus. Second, collateral sulcus I'll explain what this is. Just write it down. Collateral sulcus forms an elevation in inferior horn what's that? Collateral eminence. Collateral eminence. What is between two posterior horn of lateral ventricles? No. What is between two posterior horn? That is what I'm telling you now. Just wait. Look now. I'm telling you the same thing now. Lateral is the brain itself. No? The substance of the brain comes on the lateral side. Lateral does nothing. That's a part of brain only. Okay, done with the writing part. So calcarine sulcus and collateral sulcus. Now understand this. Understand this. Fine. Now look. Do not draw this. I'll give you time to draw this. Don't draw this. I'll give you time to draw this. Fine. Now look here. Understand this now. Tell me now. That's the brain here like this. Which lobe is this? Which lobe is this? Occipital lobe. And in the occipital lobe, there's a sulcus here. There's a sulcus in the occipital lobe. What's that? Calcarine sulcus. And this calcarine sulcus is going to project in the floor of the posterior horn. And this elevation which it causes is known as calcar avus. Calcar avus. Okay. Similarly, which is this lobe? This is the temporal lobe. This is the temporal lobe, and in the temporal lobe, there's a sulcus here named the collateral sulcus, and this collateral sulcus forms an elevation here. We call this as the collateral eminence. Collateral eminence. Such sulci, which forms an elevation in the lateral ventricle, are known as complete sulci. Complete sulci. You'll understand this. Just one moment. Just wait. Don't draw anything. Just one moment. Okay. See the slides and be clear. Then I'll give you time to draw this. One moment. Just let me finish this. Tell me, what is this now? What is this? This is the occipital lobe. This is the occipital lobe. We have opened the occipital lobe. We've opened the occipital lobe, and this is sulcus. He's not drawn here. There's a sulcus here. What is this sulcus? Calcarine sulcus. That's the calcarine sulcus. And what is this elevation which it forms here? This is what we call as calcar avus. You following? That's the calcar avus. This is the occipital lobe. That's calcar avus. And the last one, just tell me, what is this now? This is a section here. That's a section taken through the brain. The last section of the brain. If you can just tell me, what is this section? Chalo bolo, how is the section taken? How's the section taken? How's the section taken? I'm just telling you. Wait, tell me, how is this section taken? Anterior horn, just wait, no wait. You're listening to this. This is very important. Just wait. Anterior horn. You're saying since a long time. Just wait. I'll tell you. See this slide. Tell me, how's this slide taken? This is a section. How's the section? You've seen a sagittal section. You've seen a coronal section, and this is a horizontal section. Horizontal section. Okay, but understand one thing. Horizontal or transverse section. This is horizontal or transverse section. But understand one thing. Look. Understand. Look, if I take a perfect horizontal section passing through the temporal lobe, which horn of lateral ventricle do I see? If I take a perfect horizontal section passing through the temporal lobe, that's the inferior horn. If I take a perfect horizontal section passing through occipital lobe, which horn do I see? Posterior horn. Now in this, I'm seeing two horns. Look, this was the anterior horn. This is the body. We're going back, posterior horn, and we're going down. What horn is this? Inferior horn. So how is the section taken? It's not a perfect horizontal section. It's an oblique section. An oblique section passing through the temporal lobe and the occipital lobe. This is the temporal lobe and this is the occipital lobe. It's an oblique section passing through the temporal lobe and the occipital lobe. So which horn is this? Inferior horn. And which horn is this? Posterior horn. You're following this? Anterior horn is up, body is up, the posterior horn is in the occipital lobe, and the inferior horn goes down in the temporal lobe. So what I'm telling you is, if I take a perfect horizontal section passing through the temporal lobe, I see only the inferior horn. If I take a perfect horizontal section passing through the posterior lobe, passing to the occipital lobe, I see only posterior horn. In this slide, I am able to see two horns, the posterior and the inferior horn. That means, how is the section taken? It's a oblique section, a slightly oblique section, which is passing through the temporal lobe and the occipital lobe. You're following this? And where are we looking this from? Up. We've taken a section and we're looking from up. So now you tell me, what is this horn? Posterior horn. This is the posterior horn. And what is this elevation? You can see this elevation here. This elevation in the posterior horn is known as calcar avis. Calcar avis means if we go below this, what are we going to see below this? Calcarine sulcus. And which is this horn? Inferior horn. This is the inferior horn, right? And what is this elevation that you're looking here in the inferior horn? This is the collateral eminence. Is this clear? You can't picture this. You can't picture this. One moment, I'll just show you. Look, this is the brain like this. What I'm telling you is, this is the brain, no, like this. So look, if I take a section passing through this like this, temporal lobe, I will see only one horn. Which horn? Inferior horn. If I take a section passing through the occipital lobe, I'll see the posterior horn. How is this section taken? This section is taken like this, oblique. Look, it is taken oblique like this, passing through the inferior horn and the posterior horn. And where are we looking this from? We are looking from up. We've taken a section and we're looking from up. Now see, this is the temporal lobe and this is the occipital lobe. Now clear? Temporal lobe, occipital lobe. So this is the collateral eminence and this is the calcar avis. Okay, that's about the slide. You can just finish this, draw the slide, finish this. So this completes the lateral ventricle. Okay, very good. That's a slide. Clear to all of you? Yes, very good. Okay, that's nice. So that completes the lateral ventricle, the third ventricle. Now you take a break, and then we see the fourth ventricle, the brainstem, and the functional component. This is very important and this is difficult. Okay, so be fresh and put your 100% into this topic. You just jump into this topic. See the cranial nerve, see the nucleus of the cranial nerve, see the fourth ventricle. It's awesome. You'll understand. Fine. You take a break. We'll start after the break. Okay, thank you. This is done. Written part now, you'll understand. Just see. Anatomy is very nice to understand, and if your anatomy is clear, everything else will be clear. You have to know, you have to be perfect with it. Okay, then clinicals will be very easy to understand. Okay, you take a break, 15-20 minutes, we'll start. Fine. This is the written part, no? 15 minutes. Anterior horn. Anterior horn you want? Fifteen 20 minutes break. 15-20 minutes you take a break and then come. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Boundaries of the anterior horn. Boundaries of the anterior horn. In the floor is the rostrum. I'll put the slide. In the floor is the rostrum. Anteriorly is the genium. In the roof is the trunk. And medially is septum, pellucidum and fornix. Break 15 minutes. 15-20 minutes break. We'll start at 5:40. Okay, thank you. Located. 1 minute. Yep. This is the fourth ventricle. In this slide, that's the fourth ventricle. The slide will be clear. Just 2 minutes. Okay, we'll start. So this is the fourth ventricle. This is the fourth ventricle. And what is this? This is the brainstem, right? That's the brainstem. This much is the midbrain. This much is the midbrain. This is the pons. This is the medulla, and that's the cerebellum. Okay. Now, the fourth ventricle lies between what? The fourth ventricle lies between. This is the pons and the medulla. The fourth ventricle lies between the pons and the medulla and the cerebellum. It lies between the pons and the medulla and the cerebellum. The pons and the medulla will be forming the floor of the fourth ventricle. Floor. Okay, I'm starting here. Pons and the medulla forms the floor of the fourth ventricle, and what will the cerebellum form? The roof of the fourth ventricle. Roof. So that cavity is the fourth ventricle. That cavity, that space is the fourth ventricle. Look, this area, this space is the fourth ventricle, right? This space is the fourth ventricle. So what will the floor of the fourth ventricle be formed by? It would be formed by the pons and the medulla, and the roof of the fourth ventricle would be formed by cerebellum. Cerebellum. Okay, just have a look at the slide. Now see the slide and just try to understand this. Do not type anything, do not write anything, just concentrate. You'll understand everything. Now see the slide. What have we done here? Everything you know now, all the concept of yours are clear. Now just try to put things together, you'll understand. Now what have we done in the slide? What is this view? This is the view from back side. What have we opened? What have we opened? Cerebellum. We have opened the cerebellum. So what are we looking at? What are we looking at? What is this? This is the floor of the fourth ventricle. Floor. We have removed the cerebellum. That means what have we removed? Roof. We have removed the roof. And what is this cavity? This cavity is the fourth ventricle. So what are we looking at? We are looking at the floor of the fourth ventricle. Floor. Okay. The floor of the fourth ventricle is formed by the pons. This much is the pons. Look, the floor, this much is the pons and this much is the medulla. So the floor of the fourth ventricle is formed partly by the pons and partly by the medulla. Fine. So the floor of the fourth ventricle is formed by the pons and the medulla, and the roof is formed by the cerebellum. Midbrain has its own cavity. What is the cavity of midbrain known as? What is the cavity of midbrain known as? aqueduct of Sylvius. So midbrain cavity is aqueduct of Sylvius. This is clear to all of you. So the fourth ventricle is located in the pons on the medulla, and the roof is formed by the cerebellum. Have a look at the slide. We've removed the roof. Now we are looking at the floor of the fourth ventricle. The floor of the fourth ventricle is formed by the pons. This much is formed by the pons, and this much is formed by the medulla. Fine. But our medulla extends from here to here. Look, our medulla extends from here to here, and our pons extends from here to here. The pons extends from here to here, and our medulla extends from here to here. So what do we do now? We divide the medulla into two halves. We divide the medulla into two halves, upper half, lower half. We divide the pons into two halves. We divide the pons into an upper half, lower half. You're following? So now you tell me the floor of the fourth ventricle would be formed specifically by whom? It will be formed by the lower half of the pons and the upper half of the medulla. Clear? The floor of the fourth ventricle is formed by the lower half of the pons and the upper half of the medulla. We call this as the open part of the pons and the open part of the medulla. Open part meaning fourth ventricle. Following this? Look here once again. Our medulla extends from here to here. This much is our medulla. Our pons extends from here to here. So what do we do now? We divide the pons into two halves, upper half, lower half. We divide the medulla into an upper half and lower half. So floor of the fourth ventricle would be formed by the lower half of the pons and the upper half of the medulla. Lower half of pons and upper half of medulla. Fine. Just look at the slide. This is a very good slide. But now everything is not drawn in this slide. All the ventricles are same. It is a beautiful slide. Have a look. I'll draw the structures which is not drawn. Okay, I'll start. There was something here. There was something here which is not drawn. What was that? Corpus callosum. This was corpus callosum. There was something here which is not drawn. What's that? Septum pellucidum. And what's this then? This is the fornix. So what is this cavity now? What is this cavity? This would be the lateral ventricle on both the sides. You're getting this? This is the lateral ventricle. And in the floor of the lateral ventricle, who would this be? Caudate nucleus. And who would this be? Thalamus. Thalamus. What is this cavity then? Third ventricle. You're following this? Now from the third ventricle, we are going down. We are passing through this. We are passing through this. Means we are passing through aqueduct of Sylvius. And here we are in the fourth ventricle. Okay, we're passing through the aqueduct of Sylvius. This is the midbrain, right? This is the superior colliculus. This is the inferior colliculus. So we are passing through the midbrain. We are passing through the aqueduct, and that's the fourth ventricle. Okay, fine. Now understand this. Understand this. This is very nice, and everything you know of. Now you tell me which half of the medulla is this? Look, have a look. Look, this is the lower half of the medulla, and that's the upper half of the medulla. Which aspect of the medulla is this? Dorsal aspect. This is the dorsal aspect of the medulla. If you can tell me who's this and who's this. I've told you this, just think and answer. Dorsal aspect of the medulla, two tracts are climbing up. You remember the same two tracts which were coming from the spinal cord. And this is what we call as the fasciculus gracialis. And this is what we call as the fasciculus cuneatus. You follow? So that's the fasciculus gracialis, and that's the fasciculus cuneatus. And then I told you the fasciculus gracialis and cuneatus will end in. They will end in the nucleus gracialis and the nucleus cuneatus. Right? This is nucleus gracialis, nucleus cuneatus. And you remember what are these nucleus gracialis and cuneatus? Nucleus gracialis, nucleus cuneatus. And this nucleus gracialis and cuneatus are the second order neuron for fine sensations. Remembering, the nucleus gracialis and the nucleus cuneatus are the second order neuron for fine sensations. Then I told you something, if you remember. The fibers relay here, and the fibers have to go up. But we cannot go above this, because above this the medulla opens up. Now following, the medulla opens up, and what is this cavity here? This is the fourth ventricle. So this is what I was telling you. Once the fibers relay in the nucleus gracialis and cuneatus, they can't go up because there's nothing here to climb up. The medulla opens here. So what do the fibers do now? Now the fibers would be crossing anteriorly. From the dorsal aspect, they go on the ventral aspect, and as they go on the ventral aspect, they cross, and this crossing is known as the internal arcuate fibers. And after they cross, the tract which ascends up is now known as the medial lemniscus. Now clear? That crossing and all I'll show you after some time. Okay, it's very nice. Just be with me. So then it would be known as medial lemniscus. So this is fasciculus gracialis, this is fasciculus cuneatus, this is nucleus gracialis, nucleus cuneatus. Following this? Okay, starting with the fourth ventricle. Now have a look, understand this. Now this is the floor of the fourth ventricle. That's the floor of the fourth ventricle. We divide this floor into two halves. This half is formed by the pons and this half is formed by the medulla. To be specific, which half of pons is this? Lower half of the pons. And which half of the medulla is this? Upper half of the medulla. Upper half of medulla. Just see the slide, it will be clear to you. See the slide, it will be clear to you. This is the floor of the fourth ventricle. This is the floor of the fourth ventricle. We divide this into two halves. This is the pons, this is the medulla. Which half of pons is this? The lower half. And which half of the medulla is this? Upper half. Fine. I'm starting now with the floor of the fourth ventricle. Just concentrate here. And now we are in the brainstem. And I told you, in the brainstem we'll be seeing the nuclei of all the cranial nerves. I want you to be perfect with which nucleus you've seen where. Be very clear with this, huh? I'm starting now. Look, don't write anything, just concentrate. This is the lower half of the pons. In the lower half of the pons, we find two bodies here. Look at these two bodies. This is known as the facial colliculus. Okay, this is the facial colliculus. Now, how is this facial colliculus formed? To see this, we are taking a section. Just one moment, and now just try to understand this. See if you can understand this. Look, this. Ek minute, I'll make a full screen for you. Yep, have a look. Now see, this is the floor of the fourth ventricle. Who's here? That's the cerebellum. You're looking at side view. That's the floor of the fourth ventricle. That's the cerebellum. We've removed the cerebellum, and this is the floor. Now what I'm doing is I'm taking a section like this, and I'm placing the brainstem like this. Suppose if this is the cerebellum, we take a section and we place it like this. The cerebellum goes up. The floor which you're seeing here now goes up. Just understand, a slightly difficult this. Look, this is the floor of the fourth ventricle. That's the cerebellum. We take a section and we place it like this. So cerebellum has gone up. This cavity of the fourth ventricle has gone up, and this floor has gone up. Now just have a look. Understand this. Okay. Look. Now we're taking a section here. And I'm placing the section upwards. What would this be here? Who would this be here? If you can tell me, what would this be here? This would be this. Who would be this here? This would be the cerebellum, and this would be the fourth ventricle. And what is this that you're looking at? This is the floor of the fourth ventricle. Are you able to follow this? The same floor in this slide is like this. Look, this is the floor of the fourth ventricle. You're seeing it like this. I'm taking a section and I'm placing it like this. So the floor has gone up now. You're following this? The floor has gone up. This is the floor of the fourth ventricle. It has gone up. I placed the slide like this. Okay, look. In the floor of the fourth ventricle, in the pons, you find these two rounded bodies here. What are these bodies known as? Facial colliculus. Now to see how the facial colliculus are formed, we're taking a section here. And look, that's the section here. Where are we? We are in the lower half of the pons. In the lower half of the pons, we find two nucleus here. This is the nucleus of abducens nerve. This is the nucleus of abducens nerve. And these are the fibers of abducens nerve. And what is this nucleus of facial nerve? And look, what is the nucleus of facial nerve doing? It's not going like this. The fibers are not going like this. The fibers of facial nerve, they turn around the abducens nucleus. They wind around the abducens nucleus. The fibers of the facial nerve, they wind around the abducens nucleus. And as they wind like this, they form an elevation outside. And this elevation, where are we looking from? We are looking from here. And this elevation is what we call as facial colliculus. This is a section. So the facial colliculus is seen like this. If you see a complete brainstem, you will see the facial colliculus like this. You understanding how the facial colliculus is formed? Following this? Yes? Clear, no? So look, this is the abducens nucleus, and this is the fibers of abducens nerve. This is the abducens nerve. This is the nucleus of facial nerve, and the fibers of facial nerve, they wind around the abducens nucleus, and as they turn around the abducens nucleus, they form an elevation outside, and the same elevation where are we looking from? We are looking from here, and this is what we call as facial colliculus. This should be clear. So how is the facial colliculus formed? It's formed by the fibers of facial nerve as they wind around the abducens nucleus. Absolutely no confusion in it. Okay, so fibers of which nerve forms the facial colliculus? Facial nerve. And which is the nucleus beneath the facial colliculus? Abducens nerve. Okay, so the nucleus is of abducens nerve, but the fibers are of facial nerve. Very good. So now you tell me, where are we? Where are we? We are in the lower half of the pons. We are in the lower half of the pons. You should be very clear with this. And in the lower half of the pons, you have seen two nucleus. One is the nucleus of abducens nerve, and second is the nucleus of facial nerve. This is known as the motor nucleus of facial nerve. Okay, this is the nucleus of abducens nerve. Just understand this. This is the abducens nucleus, and this is the motor nucleus of facial nerve. If you can just tell me, what does this motor nucleus of facial nerve supply? What is this motor nucleus of facial nerve supply? The muscles of second pharyngeal arch. So what component does it belong to? Supplies the muscles of second pharyngeal arch. So what component does this motor nucleus of facial nerve belong to? Special visceral efferent component. Okay, this is how you should be able to correlate. That I'll tell you after some time. Okay, I'm just giving you an idea. Fine. What is this nucleus of abducens nerve? And what is this abducens nerve supply? The lateral rectus, extraocular muscle, lateral rectus. Tell me, this abducens nucleus belongs to which functional component? Abducens nucleus belongs to which functional component? General somatic efferent. You understanding now? You're getting an idea how it is going to be? General somatic efferent. Okay, so that's how it is. Okay, this correlation I'll give you later. Fine. So in the lower half of the pons, you've seen two nucleus. You should be perfect. One is the abducens nucleus, and second one is the motor nucleus of facial nerve. That's fine. Come down. Where are we now? We are in the medulla. We are in the medulla. We are in the fourth ventricle. We are in the medulla. Which half of medulla is this? Upper half of medulla. Upper half. This is the upper half of medulla. In this upper half of medulla, look at this. You find a triangle here whose apex is directed downwards. Triangle whose apex is directed downwards. What is this triangle known as? Hypoglossal triangle. Hypoglossal. You find another triangle whose apex is directed upwards. This is another triangle whose apex is directed upwards. And what is this triangle? This is the vagal triangle. Vagal triangle. Okay, so this is general somatic efferent. Abducens nucleus supplies the extraocular and tongue muscles are derived from occipital myotomes, and the component which supplies the muscles derived from occipital myotomes is general somatic efferent. We have written all these things. Okay. Now see here, we are in the medulla. Which half? Upper half of medulla. We find two triangles here. This is the hypoglossal triangle, and this is the vagal triangle. Now, if we go deep to this, we'll find the hypoglossal nucleus. Deep to this would be hypoglossal nucleus, and deep to this would be the nucleus of vagus. And this nucleus, they form an elevation outside, and this elevation is known as hypoglossal triangle and vagal triangle. Understanding? To see this, now we're taking a section here. Now look, this is a section of the medulla. Okay, that's a section of the medulla. Look, this is so nice. What is this nucleus of hypoglossal nerve? And this hypoglossal nucleus is going to form an elevation outside, and this elevation is known as hypoglossal triangle. This is a section, that's why it is shaped like this. And what is this elevation? Vagal triangle. This is vagal triangle. And what is this nucleus? That's the dorsal nucleus of vagus. You understanding? So The hypoglossal nucleus forms the hypoglossal triangle, and the dorsal nucleus of vagus is going to form the vagal triangle. You're clear? So where are we? Where are we now? We are in the upper half of the medulla. And in this upper half of the medulla, we have seen two triangles. We've seen two nucleus. One is the hypoglossal nucleus, and the other one is the dorsal nucleus of vagus. Fine, fine. If I tell you this hypoglossal nucleus supplies the muscles of the tongue, tell me which component does it belong to? Muscles of the tongue, the extraocular and the tongue muscles, remembering occipital myotomes. So which component does it belong to? General somatic efferent. Okay. So this correlation you should have. It will take some time to understand. And what is this nucleus of? That's a dorsal nucleus of vagus. I am telling you, this dorsal nucleus of vagus supplies the glands of GIT. They supply the glands of GIT. So what component do they represent? General visceral efferent component. General visceral efferent component. That's good. That's good. That's good. Understand one thing. Following now? Very good. Very nice. That's good. That's very nice. Understand one thing. All the cranial nerves emerge from the ventral aspect of brainstem. Just understand my statement. All the cranial nerves will emerge from the ventral aspect of the brainstem, except there's only one cranial nerve which comes from the dorsal aspect. Who's that? Trochlear nerve. That I'll show you now. Otherwise, all the cranial nerves will emerge from the ventral aspect of the brainstem. But their nuclei are located on the dorsal aspect. And on this dorsal aspect, they form elevations, which we call them as colliculus or triangles. That's it. That's the fourth ventricle. I hope you've understood this. Clear to all of you? Okay, let's start. You'll understand the sections. Wait, no, sections I have to tell you. I have not told you the sections. You'll understand everything. Just have patience. Be with me. You'll understand everything. Okay, starting with the fourth ventricle. You'll understand. Just wait. Okay, starting with the fourth ventricle, roof. Cerebellum. Roof is formed by cerebellum. Floor is formed by the lower half of pons. And upper half of medulla. Abducens nerve supplies the lateral rectus. Okay, so the roof is formed by the cerebellum, and the floor is formed by the lower half of the pons and the upper half of medulla. Facial colliculus formed by fibers of facial nerve as they wind around abducens nucleus. As they wind around the abducens nucleus. Hypoglossal triangle. Hypoglossal triangle formed by hypoglossal triangle is formed by hypoglossal nucleus. Hypoglossal nucleus. Vagal triangle formed by vagal triangle is formed by dorsal nucleus of vagus. Vagal triangle is formed by the dorsal nucleus of vagus. This should be clear. Okay, so clear with the fourth ventricle, clear with all the ventricles, the third ventricle, the lateral ventricle, the fourth ventricle. Okay, now we start with the brainstem. Okay, brainstem. Understand the brainstem. When we see the transverse, the sections of the brainstem, and then we start with the functional components of the nucleus. Okay, fine, that's good. Wait, you'll understand. Just wait. Just let me. You done? Done with all this? Then I proceed. Okay. Understand this now. Starting with the brainstem. Yo. Understand this now. What is this view of the brainstem? See, just try to get oriented to the slide. What is this view? Where are you looking this from? Diagram of the fourth ventricle, there's nothing specific. That slide you have to see. Just see the slide. I'll tell you now. I'll tell you. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Tell me now. What is this? What is this view? What is this view? This is the brainstem. What is this view of the brainstem? I don't know why it's going back. Just have a look at this. Tell me, what is this view of the brainstem? Okay. Where are we looking this from? Understand this, brainstem is very, very important. Very, very important. Okay. Tell me, where are we? What is this view of the brainstem? Look, this is so nice. What view is this? No, this is not a section. This is not a section. This is not dorsal view. This is not dorsal view. Had this been dorsal, you would find the cerebellum there. If you don't see the cerebellum, you will find the fourth ventricle there. If this would have been dorsal, this is definitely not dorsal. This is a ventral view. This is a ventral view. And why is this ventral? I just told you this. All the cranial nerves, they emerge from the ventral aspect. Look at that. All the cranial nerves are going to emerge from the ventral aspect except there's only one nerve. Look at this. This is the nerve which comes from the dorsal aspect. That's a trochlear nerve. Otherwise, all the cranial nerves will emerge from ventral aspect. Fine? Clear to you? Don't write anything, huh? Just see. I'll start. Very good. I'll start. Tell me now, what is this part? This is the midbrain. What is this part? This is the pons. And what is this part? Medulla. This is the midbrain, this is the pons, this is the medulla. Okay, now I'm very specifically telling you. What is this part of the midbrain known as? This part of the midbrain is known as the crus cerebri. This part of the midbrain is known as the crus cerebri. Where did I give this reference? You remember crus cerebri? I had given you this reference somewhere. Crus cerebri. Corticospinal tracts. Corticospinal tracts pass to the crus cerebri. What is this part of the pons known as? This is the basilar part of the pons, basilar part. And what fibers lie here? The corticospinal fibers. Okay. And then as we come down, the corticospinal fibers will cross. They cross and they form elevations. Look at this elevation. This is the pyramids. Okay. So the corticospinal tracts cross in the medulla and they form this elevation which is known as pyramids. Okay. So this is the midbrain, this is the pons, this is the medulla. Fine. This is the pyramid. Next to the pyramid, there's a nucleus by the name of inferior olivary nucleus. The nucleus is known as inferior olivary nucleus. There was another nucleus, you remember? That's the superior olivary nucleus. And this superior olivary nucleus is concerned with what? Auditory pathway. That was auditory pathway. If we go deep to this, you see this elevation? This elevation is known as olives. And if we go deep to the olives, you find a nucleus here named the inferior olivary nucleus. Inferior olivary nucleus, okay? So if you see the ventral aspect of the medulla, what do we see? If you see the ventral aspect of the medulla, the first elevation is the pyramids. The next elevation is the olives. So pyramids are formed by crossing of corticospinal tracts. The olives are formed due to inferior olivary nucleus. Following this? Now, who's lying behind the brainstem? Who's this behind the brainstem? The cerebellum. And the cerebellum is connected to the brainstem by three peduncles, connections. From the midbrain, it's not drawn here, from the midbrain would be going back. What is that? Superior cerebellar peduncle. From the pons, what is this which is cut here? That's the middle cerebellar peduncle. And from the medulla, what is this third one? This is the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. Okay? You're understanding the medulla now? Look, medulla. Look, if I draw the medulla here, this is anterior, this is posterior. So I'm taking a section. What is this? Elevation in front, pyramids. What is this? Elevation, olives. What is this next elevation? The inferior cerebellar peduncle. Now we're going backside. If you can tell me what is this elevation behind? This elevation. This is the fasciculus cuneatus. And what is this? Fasciculus gracialis. And what is this in the center? Fourth ventricle. Fourth ventricle. You understood medulla? So this is the pyramids. This is the olives. This is the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. This is the fasciculus gracialis. And this is the fasciculus cuneatus. And this is the fasciculus gracialis. Understanding? If you see the medulla from behind, if you see the medulla from behind, this is what I normally teach every time I teach all these things. Okay. So if you see the medulla from behind and we are going in front, what is the first elevation behind? Fasciculus gracialis. The next elevation, fasciculus cuneatus. The next elevation, the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Come in front. What's that? Olives. And then pyramids. And what is the cavity in the center? Central canal, which later becomes the fourth ventricle. The central canal opens to become the fourth ventricle. You following? If you go from anterior to posterior, the first elevation in front, pyramids. The next elevation, olives. The next elevation is the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Come back. That's the fasciculus cuneatus and that's the fasciculus gracialis. And what is the cavity in the center? Central canal, which later becomes the fourth ventricle. You're following this? Okay. Just wait, you understand this. I'll give you in writing. Just wait. So what I want you to understand is this slide now. Understand this slide. Okay. See now, understand the attachment of cranial nerves to the brainstem. This is just the attachment of cranial nerves to the brainstem. The nucleus will be located inside the brainstem. That I have to tell you. This is the attachment of cranial nerves to the brainstem. And then they will go to the foramen. The foramen, see, you know, and then the extracranial course. Okay, so this is the intracranial course of the nerve. I'll start. What is this now? Midbrain. So which are the nerves attached to the midbrain? This is the third nerve and this is the fourth nerve. So the third and the fourth nerves are attached to midbrain. Next, the nerve attached at the junction of pons with what is cut here? The middle cerebellar peduncle. What is this nerve? The fifth nerve, trigeminal nerve. The nerve attached at the junction of pons to the middle cerebellar peduncle is fifth nerve. This is only the attachment. Again, I'm telling you, nucleus is inside. That I'll show you. What is this junction known as? This junction. This is the pontomedullary junction. And there are three nerves here. Pontomedullary junction, there are three nerves here. This is the sixth, this is the seventh, and that's the eighth nerve. 6, 7, 8 nerve. And look, this is so nice. The most medial is the motor nerve. Motor nerve is always on the medial side. And the sensory nerve is always on the lateral side. And look, this is so nice. This is purely motor, which is this nerve, 6th. And this is purely sensory. What's that? 8. And look who's this? That's our facial nerve, And if you can tell me what's this for the facial nerve and what's this? This is the motor root of facial nerve and that's the sensory root of facial nerve. You're following? This is what I was telling in the morning. The sensory root of facial nerve is known as nervus intermedius. or the nerve of Vrisberg. This I didn't tell you. The sensory root of facial nerve is known as nervus intermedius or the nerve of Vrisberg. This sensory root joins with the motor root, forms the trunk of the facial nerve. Then this trunk enters the internal acoustic meatus. It enters the middle here. It bends. That's the genu. It goes, it again bends, that's the second genu, and then it gets out through the stylomastoid foramen. This you know now. In the ear, the facial nerve gives three branches. One, greater petrosal, the nerve to stapedius, and chorda tympani. Are you clear now? Okay. Ventricle is posterior to the medulla, yes. Ventricle is behind the medulla only. Okay, so the nerves attached to the pontomedullary junction is 6th, 7th and 8th. And now you tell me, what is this? Look. Who is this? And who's this? And who's this? And therefore who's this? And thus who's this? And hence who's this? You know everything, Just try to correlate and answer. Look, this is the 9th, this is the 10th, and this is the 11th cranial nerve. Which 11? You know this. This is the cranial accessory. The 9th, the 10th and the cranial accessory. If we go inside the medulla, there'll be a common nucleus for these three nerves. The 9th, the 10th and the cranial accessory. Name. That's the nucleus ambiguous. That is going to be nucleus ambiguous. You're following this? This is what I was telling you. Nucleus ambiguous is a common nucleus for three nerves. The 9th, the 10th and the cranial accessory. And look, what's this? This is the foramen magnum. That's the spinal cord. So what's this? This is the spinal accessory. This is what I was telling you in the morning. Look, this is so nice to understand. The spinal accessory is known as spinal accessory because it arises in the spinal cord, and the cranial accessory arises in the medulla along with the 9th and the 10th cranial nerves as nucleus ambiguous. Okay, now this spinal accessory nerve has to go and join its friend. Friend is inside the skull. So the spinal accessory nerve passes through the foramen magnum. Which compartment of the foramen magnum? The posterior compartment of foramen magnum. The spinal accessory enters the skull, searches the cranial accessory, finds the cranial accessory, joins with the cranial accessory, forms a complete accessory nerve. Now what? Now this accessory nerve gets outside the skull through jugular foramen. And the moment it gets outside the skull through the jugular foramen, it immediately divides into a cranial part and a spinal part. The spinal part, you know this, first supplies the sternocleidomastoid, now comes in the posterior triangle of the neck, lies on the levator scapulae and goes to supply the trapezius. That's the spinal accessory. What happens to the cranial accessory? The cranial accessory goes and joins someone else. Who's that? Vagus. The cranial accessory goes and joins the vagus. And wherever the vagus goes, the fibers of cranial accessory are distributed along with the vagus. So that is why we take the cranial accessory along with the vagus. Okay, that is the vago-accessory complex we call it as. Understanding? Nice, no? Yes. Things are very nice. You just have to understand them. Okay. So some MCQs on the brainstem will start. You know everything now. You know everything. Okay. Starting with the brainstem. Some MCQs, right? The only cranial nerve, nucleus ambiguous, is a common nucleus for three nerves, 9th and cranial accessory. The only cranial nerve which emerges from dorsal aspect is trochlear. Thinnest cranial nerve. Thinnest cranial nerve is again trochlear. Thinnest cranial nerve is trochlear. Vago, this is not parasympathetic. Parasympathetic is the one supplies the glands. This branch which of accessory nerve that will supply the muscles. Okay, not the parasympathetic it is. Fine. Yes. Cranial axis, thinnest cranial nerve is trochlear. Nerve which undergoes a complete decussation. Decussation is crossing. Complete decussation in the brainstem. The nerve which undergoes a complete decussation in the brainstem is trochlear again. Decussation is crossing. Okay, so the trochlear nerve is the only one which crosses and comes out. So normally the cranial nerves are ipsilateral in supply except the trochlear which is contralateral because it crosses and gets out. Okay, so that is what you have to know. Nerve which undergoes a complete decussation in the brainstem is trochlear. Nerve attached at junction of pons with middle cerebellar peduncle is trigeminal. This you have to know. Again I'm telling you, this is only the attachment of nerves. Attachment. The nucleus will be inside the brainstem. That I'll be telling you now. Nerve attached at the junction of the pons with spinal accessory nerve. You know everything now. I've told you. Trochlear nerve comes from backside. I'll show you the nerves once again. Nerve attached at the junction of pons with the middle cerebellar peduncle is trigeminal. Medialmost nerve attached to pontomedullary junction medialmost nerve attached to the pontomedullary junction is sixth abducens. Medialmost nerve attached to the pontomedullary junction is abducens. Nerve between pyramids and olives is hypoglossal. Yes. Nerves between the pyramids and olives is hypoglossal. 7. Nerves between trochlear is coming from dorsal side. No, that is why you don't see that. Understanding? Nerves between olives and inferior cerebellar peduncle ninth and then cranial. Ninth and then cranial accessory. Nerves between the olives and the inferior cerebellar peduncle is ninth and then cranial accessory. Okay, to see the slide once again, it will be clear to you. See the slide once again. Okay, you're done with the writing? Fine. Now see this. Look at this slide once again. Okay. which is this aspect of the brainstem. Just now if I zoom, it gets out of this focus. Okay, fine, just have a look at this. That's fine. Tell me now, what is this? This is the midbrain, that's the pons, that's the medulla. Fine. Once again have a look. What is this now? This is the middle cerebellar peduncle. What is this now? The last one, inferior cerebellar peduncle. This is the pyramids, this is the olives. Okay, so that's the pyramid, that's the olive, and that's the inferior cerebellar peduncle. So this is the third nerve, this is the fourth nerve. The nerve attached at the junction of pons with middle cerebellar peduncle, that's the fifth nerve. Pons with middle cerebellar peduncle, fifth nerve. This is the pontomedullary junction. Pontomedullary junction, this is the sixth, this is the seventh, this is the eighth nerve. Nerve attached between the pyramids and the olives, that's the 12th nerve. And the nerve attached between the olives and the inferior cerebellar peduncle is, this is 9, this is 10, and this is cranial axis. Not after coming out, it jumps inside only and then they come together. Pontomedullary is this, 6, 7, 8. This is 6, this is 7, this is 8. Pontomedullary junction. Both are 2, no? Dono sides are na. So there will be 2 in number, no? This is pyramid, this is pyramid. This is olive, this is olive. This is inferior cerebellar peduncle, this is inferior cerebellar peduncle. It's on both the sides, no? Both the sides. Clear to all of you? Okay, are you all ready now? We will start. Are you all ready? We will start with the brainstem, the sections of the brainstem. Understand this, you should enjoy this topic, okay? The sections of the brainstem. I'm starting. Have a look. Now, we're taking sections of the brainstem, okay? We're taking sections to the medulla, 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 pons, pons, midbrain, midbrain, like this. Now, tell me, okay, be ready now. Do not write anything. Trigeminal nucleus will be in the pons. Wait, no, I'm showing you now. Now we are taking sections of the brainstem, and in this sections you will be seeing the nuclei of all the cranial nerves. What I have just shown you is the attachment of the cranial nerves. No confusion, this is just the attachment. Nucleus is inside the brainstem. Okay, be ready now. Do not write anything, just concentrate. Okay, I'll start. Look, we are taking sections to the medulla, medulla, pons, pons, midbrain, like this. Now, I take section through the medulla. We take section to the medulla and we find the central canal. Where are we? Where are we? Tell me. Central canal is in which half of the medulla? We take a section through the medulla and we get the central canal. That means which half of the medulla are we in? Lower half of medulla. Following? We take a section through the medulla and we find the fourth ventricle. Where are we? Upper half of the medulla. You are able to follow this? Now we take a section through the pons and we find the fourth ventricle. Where are we? The lower half of the pons, lower half. We take a section in which the fourth ventricle closes. We are in the upper half of the pons. And we take a section, you find the aqueduct of Sylvius. Where are we? In the midbrain. In the midbrain. With this concept, just try to understand this. Sections of the brainstem. Okay, just have a look at. Do not write anything, do not draw anything. Now, that's a section of the brainstem. Okay, I'll start now. Have a look. Now, tell me, where is this section taken from? Starting with this. This is the medulla. Okay, this is the medulla. And what is this now? That's the central canal. That's the central canal. Okay, this is ventral, this is dorsal. I start here. Do not write anything. Please do not type anything now. Just concentrate. Okay, this is the lower half of the medulla. And look at this. Two tracks are crossing in front. Two tracks are crossing in front. They form an elevation anterior. What are these elevation known as? Pyramids. So what are these tracks? These are the corticospinal tracks. So this has to be ventral. If we go on the dorsal aspect, you'll see two tracks climbing here on the dorsal aspect. So what is this going to be? This is going to be the fasciculus brachialis and this is going to be the fasciculus cuneatus. You're following this? So this is the lower half of the medulla You know, this is the lower half of the medulla, that's the central canal. This is the corticospinal tracts which are crossing here. These are the elevations which it forms, that's the pyramids. So this has to be anterior or ventral. Now if we go back on the dorsal aspect, we find two tracts. This is the fasciculus gracialis and fasciculus cuneatus. We take a section about this. We take a section about this, and the fasciculus would now end in the nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus. Here we are. So that's the nucleus gracialis and that's the nucleus cuneatus. And I told you, what is this nucleus gracialis and cuneatus? That's the second order neuron for fine sensations. Remembering this, the fibers will relay here and the fibers have to go up. Where are we now? Where are we? Which half of medulla is this? Which half of the medulla is this? Upper half? No, this is not upper half. We are still in the lower half of the medulla. We are still in the lower half of the medulla. Now, if we take a section about this, this will be the fourth ventricle. Okay, we are still in the lower half of the medulla. About this, if you take a section, that will be the fourth ventricle. And look at this. The fibers will relay in the nucleus gracialis and nucleus cuneatus. And the fibers have to go up. But we can't go about this. We can't go about this because about this, the medulla opens up. And that's the fourth ventricle. So what do the fibers do now? The fibers now come anterior. Look, this is so nice. The fibers now come anterior. The fibers cross, and this crossing is known as the internal arcuate fibers, and the fibers now form a tract, and this tract is known as the medial lemniscus. Yeah, that's the medial lemniscus. Understanding? So that's how it is. That's the medial lemniscus. Okay. That's a medial lemniscus. So this is the nucleus gracialis and cuneatus. The fibers will relay there. The fibers will go anterior. They cross. That's the internal arcuate fibers. And the fibers will now climb up as the medial lemniscus. Is this clear to all of you? This is a section through the lower half of the medulla. And now just try to understand what happens next. Okay. I'm just trying to understand this. Look, this is a section to the medulla. This is dorsal and this is ventral, dorsal ventral. This is the central canal of the medulla. This is the dorsal horn. Okay, we take a section to the spinal cord. I'm taking a section to the spinal cord. That's the dorsal horn, that's a ventral horn for you. This is the dorsal horn, this is the ventral horn. We are coming up from the spinal cord. Who's this now? Medulla. In the medulla, what is that canal? Central canal. Around the central canal, there's a dorsal horn, there's a ventral horn. Around the central canal, there'll be a ventral horn, dorsal horn. Now see in the next step what happens. This is the dorsal horn, this is the ventral horn, that's the central canal. Just understand this, huh? It takes some time. Now, in the next step, this dorsal horn opens up, and the dorsal horn falls lateral to the ventral horn, and the central canal now becomes the fourth ventricle. You understand how the fourth ventricle is formed? This is the central canal. Look, this is the lower half of medulla. Yes, central canal. That's the dorsal horn. That's the ventral horn. And as we go up, this dorsal horn is going to open up, and the dorsal horn falls lateral to the ventral horn, and the central canal now becomes the fourth ventricle. So now you tell me, where will this dorsal and the ventral horn be with respect to the fourth ventricle? In the floor. This will be in the floor of the fourth ventricle. Following this, so the dorsal and the ventral horn will come to lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle. Understand this now? Okay, now have a look here. Now see this slider, see this, understand this. This is the beauty of it. Now tell me, that's the central canal. That's the central canal. Just try to understand this. We are in the lower half of the medulla. That's the central canal. What is this now? What is this much? Dorsal horn. This much is dorsal horn. What's this? Ventral horn. This is dorsal horn and this is ventral horn, and this is the central canal. Okay, I've just made this for you. Once again, look at this. That's the central canal. I make this much as dorsal horn. I make this as ventral horn. Now, in the next step, this dorsal horn will open, and the dorsal horn will fall lateral to the ventral horn. Look at this. This is the dorsal horn. This is the ventral horn. This is the ventral horn. That's the dorsal horn. So the dorsal horn, if you bring together like this, if you join the dorsal horn, what is this cavity? Central canal. So the dorsal horn opens up and the dorsal horn falls lateral to the ventral horn, and the central canal now becomes what? This is the fourth ventricle. Understood how the central canal has become the fourth ventricle? This dorsal horn opens up and the central canal becomes the fourth ventricle. So the dorsal and the ventral horn would now lie where? Where would they lie? In the floor of the fourth ventricle. They would lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle. And look at this slide. Look at this slide. Who's lying in the gray matter? Who's lying in the dorsal and the ventral horn here? Look, this is so nice. This is the hypoglossal nucleus. That's the hypoglossal nucleus. That's the dorsal nucleus of vagus. They're lying in the gray matter. They're lying in the dorsal and ventral horn. And this I've not told you. This is the nucleus of tractus solitarius. So they are lying around the central canal in the gray matter. That's the hypoglossal nucleus. That's the dorsal nucleus of vagus. And understand this one last time. Now, as the dorsal horn opens up, and the dorsal horn falls lateral to the ventral horn, the central canal becomes the fourth ventricle, and all this nucleus will go and lie where? In the floor of the fourth ventricle. All this nucleus will come and lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle. All this nucleus will come and lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle. Here we are. All this nucleus will come and lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle, and in this floor now they form elevations, what we call them as hypoglossal triangle and vagal triangle. Okay, understood how the hypoglossal triangle and how the vagal triangle are formed? You understood this? Following this, look here once again, just one moment, understand this. Okay, understand this, huh? No, app is not hanging. That thing goes off. Okay, I'll start. Just have a look once again. Understand this. Listen. Now, one moment. See. This now I can't zoom. That's a problem. One moment. I can't zoom. I'll just put this much. Now look. This is the central canal. This is the dorsal horn. That's the ventral horn. Fine. The nucleus are lying around the central canal in the dorsal and the ventral horn. What is this nucleus of? Hypoglossal nucleus. What is this nucleus of? Dorsal nucleus of vagus. They are lying in the gray matter. So now, if I'm making it like this, this is the central canal, this is the dorsal horn, this is the ventral horn, and all the nucleus are lying here in this gray matter. Now, as the dorsal horn opens up, like this, and the dorsal horn goes lateral to the ventral horn, all this nucleus will come and lie in the floor of the fourth ventricle now. All this nucleus comes and lie in the floor, and in the floor they form elevations which we call them as triangles. Clear? So this becomes the hypoglossal triangle and this becomes the vagal triangle. Is this clear to all of you? So that's medulla. So medulla is over. We go up now. Where are we? Which half of pons is this? We go up. This is the lower half of pons, and this we know. In the lower half of pons, you know this, I'm not repeating this. This is the facial colliculus. The moment you see facial colliculus, you should know we are in the lower half of the pons. Okay, and how the facial colliculus is formed, you know. Now we take a section up and the fourth ventricle will now close. The fourth ventricle closes here. Look at this. The fourth ventricle closes here. Which half of pons is this? This is the upper half of the pons. And in this upper half of the pons, this is the nucleus of trigeminal nerve. The trigeminal nerve nucleus is located here. And the fibers of trigeminal nerve, they get out and they are attached at the junction of pons with middle cerebellar peduncle. That's the trigeminal nerve ka attachment. Okay. The junction of pons with the middle cerebellar peduncle. But where is the nucleus of trigeminal nerve located? In the pons, upper half of the pons. So pons is over. We take a section about this. This is the midbrain. Okay, this is the midbrain. And how do we know this is midbrain? What is this cavity of the midbrain? That's the aqueduct of Sylvius. We take two sections of the midbrain. one at the level of inferior colliculus and one at the level of superior colliculus. And if this comes as a visual for you, and if I do not know this section, just look at something, just look at something. What is this? What is this nerve? What is this nerve? It is going to the dorsal aspect. That's the trochlear nerve. So this is a section of the midbrain at the level of inferior colliculus, because the nucleus of trochlear nerve is located in the midbrain at the level of inferior colliculus. Following this? The nucleus of trochlear nerve is located in the midbrain at the level of inferior colliculus. And the last section we take at the level of superior colliculus, and this is the nucleus of oculomotor nerve. That's the nucleus of oculomotor nerve. So the last section is at the level of superior colliculus, and we find the nucleus of oculomotor nerve. Fine, fine, fine. The brainstem is over. The midbrain is over. Tell me. Now we jump about this. We jump about the aqueduct of Sylvius. We jump about the aqueduct. And where are we? Where are we? What's this? What's this? We jump above the aqueduct. Where are we? We are in the third ventricle. We are in the third ventricle. Who's this on either sides? Who's this on either sides? The thalamus and the hypothalamus. Thalamus and hypothalamus. And from this third ventricle, we go up. We find a small opening up there. What's that? Foramen of Monro. And from this foramen of Monro, we go on either sides. We are into the lateral ventricle. I hope this is clear to you. Understood? This is clear to all of you. Okay, so that's the complete brainstem. So just quickly tell me, where is the nucleus of third nerve located? Third nerve. Where is the nucleus of third nerve? So I made a complete journey from the central canal, then medulla, pons, midbrain, the aqueduct of Sylvius, then the third ventricle, and the lateral ventricle. Upper pons section, no? The fourth ventricle will close, no? In the upper pons. Lower half, fourth ventricle is there. Upper half of the fourth ventricle will close. That is how you identify the upper half of pons. Ek minute, see. Lower half of medulla, central canal is there. Fine, no? Lower half of medulla, central canal is there. Upper half of medulla, fourth ventricle is there. Lower half of pons, fourth ventricle is there. Upper half of pons, the fourth ventricle closes. And then midbrain. Inferior colliculus, superior colliculus. Okay, just write this down. I'll tell you. You should understand this. Once this is clear now, you'll understand all the CTs, MRIs. You know the nucleus of cranial nerve. Your clinical part becomes very interesting and very easy to understand then. Okay. Fine. Okay, chalo, we'll just write this down. I'm writing this down. Third nerve nucleus in the midbrain. At the midbrain. Superior colliculus. Fourth nerve nucleus. In the midbrain at the level of inferior colliculus. Understand this? Yes. I just love to teach this brain and travel in the ventricles. Fifth nerve nucleus. Upper half of pons. Sixth and seventh. Midbrain at the level of, I'm so sorry, okay, Just one moment, I'll take the slide. I'll take the slide at the side. One moment. Third nerve nucleus is in the midbrain at the level of superior colliculus. I'm taking the slide. Clear? So this nucleus, where they are located, then the attachment of the cranial nerves to the brainstem, that you know, then the foramen they get through, that you know, and once they get out, that becomes the extracranial course of the nerve. So that's how the nerves are. This is nice. Okay, fine. Now with this concept of the brainstem, I'm starting with functional component of the nucleus. Okay, understand this now. Fine, functional component. This diagrams, no, you just have to go through it again and again. Diagrams you have to go again and again. You'll understand it. 8th is in the pons. 8th is in the pons. 6th and 7th and 8th is also in the pons. 8 is also in the pons. I didn't write 8. 6th, 7th and 8th is in the pons. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th is in the medulla. 8th is also in the pons. Okay, understand this now. Understand this. 8th is in the pons. The dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus, you remember? Vestibulocochlear auditory pathway shown you in the pons. The dorsal and the ventral cochlear nucleus, they are in the pons. So 8th is in the pons. I didn't write that. Okay, look, this is nice now. Just one last thing which you have to really concentrate. The rest, brain is easy then. Okay, I start. Concentrate now. Do not type anything. Don't write anything. Just concentrate. Now, the functional components of the nucleus. We come back to the functional components of the nucleus. Tell me now, which was the first functional component? The first functional component. Special visceral efferent. Special visceral efferent. Don't write this. I'll be writing this for you. Do not write anything. Special visceral efferent. Fine. What does this component supply? The muscles of the pharyngeal arches. Muscle of pharyngeal arches. Which nerve had this component? 5. Which are the nerves of pharyngeal arches? You know, 5, 7, 9 and 10 cranial nerves. Okay, 5, 7, 9 and 10 cranial nerves. Now you tell me, where is the nucleus of 5th nerve that we have seen in the brain stem? Where was the nucleus of 5th nerve and what was the name of that nucleus? The nucleus of 5th nerve was located in the pons. Very good. The upper half of the pons, and that is the motor nucleus of trigeminal nerve. Motor nucleus of trigeminal nerve, and this nucleus will supply the muscles of first pharyngeal arch. In this brainstem, where have we seen the nucleus of 7th nerve, facial nerve? Facial colliculus, you remember facial colliculus? That is the motor nucleus of facial nerve, and this motor nucleus of facial nerve supplies what? The muscles of second pharyngeal arch. Just be with me, you'll understand. And for the 9th, 10th and cranial accessory which goes with the 10th, what was that common nucleus? Nucleus ambiguous. Okay, you following now? Now, which is the second component? Second component, general visceral efferent. Fine. What does this component supply? The glands. It supplies the glands. This component represents the parasympathetic nervous system, cranial outflow. And this component is present in which cranial nerves? 3, 7, 9 and 10. This we know. What gland does the 9th nerve supply? Parotid. And what is the nucleus for the 9th nerve? This we know. What is the nucleus for the 9th nerve? Inferior salivatory nucleus. What glands does the facial nerve supply? All the glands except parotid. And what is the nucleus of facial nerve to supply this glands? This you know. The superior salivatory and lacrimatory nucleus. You're getting this now? What glands does the vagus supply? The glands of GIT. And what is the name of the nucleus? The dorsal nucleus of vagus. Remember the floor of the 4th ventricle, dorsal nucleus of vagus. And what is the third nerve supply? The sphincter pupillae and ciliaris. The name of the nucleus is EW nucleus, Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Okay, you're getting an idea how this nucleus are, where this nucleus are, and how this functional components are. Just let me finish this, then I'll give you a complete correlation. You'll enjoy this. Okay, sure, we'll start. Starting with functional components of the nucleus. Functional components of the nucleus. The thing which we had done partly in the morning. So till the functional components, the nerves I told you in the morning. Now I'm telling you the nucleus. So now just try to correlate. Okay, we'll start. First, special visceral efferent. Special visceral efferent. Now what it supplies, you know. Write the name of the nerves on one side and the nuclei on the other side. Nerves and nuclei. Nerves 5, 7, 9, 10. And with the 10 you get cranial accessory. Cranial accessory. Ciliary ganglion, there's nothing specific. Ciliary ganglion, you know, what arises from the ciliary ganglion is the short ciliary nerves, and they supply the sphincter pupilla and ciliaris muscle. Not much about it. Okay. So fifth nerve, what is the nucleus? Motor nucleus of trigeminal nerve. Motor nucleus of trigeminal nerve. Seventh, motor nucleus of facial nerve. And for the ninth and then cranial nucleus ambiguous. You'll understand, just wait, you'll understand this. You know the nucleus of the nerve. Now we've just written that. Look, what is this component supplying? The muscles of pharyngeal arches. This component is present in which nerve? 5. This we know now. 5, 7, 9, 10 and cranial accessory. This we know. Now I'm just writing the name of the nucleus there. Which is the nucleus of the fifth nerve which supplies the muscles of the first pharyngeal arch? Motor nucleus of trigeminal nerve. Which is the name of the nucleus of facial nerve which supplies the muscles of second pharyngeal arch? That's the motor nucleus of facial nerve. And for the ninth and then cranial accessory, what is the nucleus? Nucleus ambiguous. It is tough. It is tough. I told you before, it's tough. You'll understand. It takes some time. Come to the second component. General visceral efferent. What does this component supply? I'll make it easy for you. What does this component supply? Supplies the glands. Which nerves has this? 3, 7, 9 and 10. 3, 7, 9 and 10. Okay, what glands does the ninth nerve supply? Parotid. You know the name of the nucleus. We started the flow chart with this nucleus. Name? Inferior salivatory nucleus. The seventh nerve? Superior salivatory nucleus and lacrimatory nucleus. Superior salivatory and lacrimatory nucleus. Okay, what does the 10th nerve supply? The glands of GIT. The name of the nucleus is dorsal nucleus of vagus. You remember that vagal triangle? No? That's dorsal nucleus of vagus. And what is the third nerve supply? The sphincter pupilla and ciliaris. Name of the nucleus is Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Edinger-Westphal nucleus. I'll make it easy for you. Just let me finish this. Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Starting with general somatic efferent. Look, you remember in the morning I told you nerve will supply many different things, and for this many different things they will have a nucleus for each one of this thing. This is what I'm telling you now. Understanding? Like ninth nerve, it supplies parotid, so there's a specific nucleus for parotid. The ninth nerve will supply stylopharyngeus, so there would be a specific nucleus for stylopharyngeus. The ninth nerve would supply the tongue, so that you will get an orientation. Let me finish this. Okay, general somatic efferent. General somatic efferent. What is this nucleus? What is this supply? The muscles derived from occipital somates, which had this 3, 4, 6, and 12. Muscles derived from occipital somates 3, 4, 6, and 12. Tell me now, what is the name of the nucleus of the third nerve? Oculomotor nucleus. No, it is not Edinger-Westphal nucleus. You might be mistaken for that. This is what I was telling you. The third nerve will have two different nucleus. The nucleus of the third nerve, which supplies all the extraocular muscles, is oculomotor nucleus. And the nucleus of the third nerve, which is going to supply the sphincter pupillae and ciliaris, that is Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Edinger-Westphal nucleus. Sphincter pupillae and ciliaris muscle, we have written this. 11 goes with the 10, that is what I am telling you, the cranial axis goes everywhere with the vagus. That is why I include the cranial accessory in that, even though it's not a nerve. Okay, oculomotor nucleus. Fourth, trochlear nucleus. Sixth, abducens nucleus. You know where is the oculomotor nucleus located? In the midbrain at the level of superior colliculus. The trochlear nucleus? Yes, one nerve can have many different nucleus. Trochlear nerve nucleus is located in the midbrain at the level of inferior colliculus. Abducens nerve nucleus, you remember that facial colliculus? That was the abducens nerve. And 12th is the hypoglossal nucleus. Hypoglossal nucleus was in the floor of the fourth ventricle. I'll tell you one more component. If you're done with this, we have written this. Where are these nucleus located? We have written this. General visceral efferent for third supplies the sphincter pupillae and ciliaris. Okay, sphincter pupillae and ciliaris. Starting with the last component, special visceral afferent. This I was trying to tell you in the morning. I told you I'll tell you this later. Special visceral afferent. Edinger-Westphal nucleus is located with the oculomotor nucleus. It is very close to the oculomotor nucleus. Okay, special viscera. Understand now. This is very easy. Special viscera is the tongue. Special viscera is the tongue. And tell me, who supplies special sensations to the anterior 2/3 of the tongue? Anterior 2/3, you know this. Chorda tympani, that's facial. Who supplies special sensations to the posterior 1/3 of the tongue? That's glossopharyngeal. And who supplies special sensations to the posterior most part of the tongue? That's vagus. So now there's a common nucleus for the 7th, 9th and 10th cranial nerve, and this is the nucleus of tractus solitarius. Nucleus of tractus solitarius. So common nucleus for the 9th, 10th and cranial, the common nucleus for the 7th, 9th and 10th cranial nerve is the nucleus of tractus solitarius. Nucleus of tractus solitarius. You clear? Understanding? Now just get a complete correlation. Okay, just get a complete correlation. See if you can understand this. I'll start. See if you can understand this. Look, put your 100% into this. Now look, this is so nice. Look, if you know what a nerve is going to supply, automatically you know the components of that nerve. Okay, if you know what a nerve is going to supply, automatically you know the components of the nerve. And if you know the components will have their own nucleus. The components will have their own nucleus. Understand this now. You know the nerve, you know what does the nerve supply? So you know the components of that nucleus, and the nucleus will have its, you know the components of that nerve, and this components will have its own nucleus. Look, I'll make it simple. Just wait. Understand this much. Okay, I'll start. We'll start with our glossopharyngeal nerve. Glossopharyngeal. Tell me now, what is the glossopharyngeal nerve supply? What have you know till now? What is the glossopharyngeal nerve supply? Glossopharyngeal nerve supplies 1. The parotid gland. We know this. Glossopharyngeal nerve supplies the parotid gland. Tell me now, to supply the parotid, what component should the glossopharyngeal nerve have in its nucleus? Answer this. general visceral efferent. General visceral efferent. And the nucleus of the glossopharyngeal nerve belonging to this component, which is going to supply the parotid gland. The nucleus of glossopharyngeal nerve belonging to this general visceral efferent component is inferior salivary nucleus. Inferior salivary nucleus. You're following this now? So you know the nerve, you know what does the nerve supply, you get its component, and this component will have its own nucleus. Fine. What else is the glossopharyngeal nerve supply? It supplies it is a nerve third pharyngeal arch. Third. One muscle is derived from the third arch, named stylopharyngeus. Stylopharyngeus. To supply the stylopharyngeus muscle, which is a muscle of the arch, what component should the glossopharyngeal nerve have in its nucleus? It's a muscle of pharyngeal arch. So what component should the glossopharyngeal nerve have? Special visceral efferent. Special visceral efferent. And the nucleus of the glossopharyngeal nerve belonging to this component, what is that? Nucleus ambiguous. Nucleus ambiguous. You're following this? And what else is the glossopharyngeal nerve supply? Tongue. Posterior 1/3 of the tongue. What is the name of the component to supply the tongue? Special visceral afferent. And the nucleus belonging to this component is the nucleus of tractus solitarius. So what are the functional components of the glossopharyngeal nerve? One, special visceral efferent supplies the stylopharyngeus muscle, and the nucleus belonging to this is nucleus ambiguous. Second, general visceral efferent supplies the parotid gland. The nucleus is inferior salivary nucleus. And third, it supplies the tongue. The component is special visceral afferent. Name of the nucleus is nucleus of tractus solitarius. Following this? So what are the nucleus of glossopharyngeal nerve? One, the inferior salivary nucleus. Second, the nucleus of tractus solitarius. And third is the nucleus ambiguous. So some fibers will come from this nucleus, some fibers will come from this nucleus, some fibers will come from this nucleus, and all the fibers will now converge to form a nerve. And as the nerve passes, the nerve will give branches, and the branches will be given as per the component and as per their nucleus. That's it. I hope this is clear. Yes, if you remember it like this, you'll understand it. Understand? Any nerve will have all these components like this. Any nerve. Very good, very good. Very good, you've understood it. Very nice. Okay. Fine. So that's how you understand the functional components of the nucleus. Once this is clear, no, you'll understand everything. Location I've told you. Location I've told you. Okay, that's it. Very nice. Okay, now I'll start with the next topic. Starting with blood supply of the brain. Blood supply of the brain. The salivary nucleus, they are located in the pons. The superior salivary, the inferior salivary nucleus, they are in the pons. Okay, I'll give one more example. Chalo. I'll give one more example. Oh, very nice. You understood very well. Very good. I'll give one more example. Say, for example, we're starting with vagus. Answer now. Vagus. You just have to know what is the vagus supply. automatically you know the components, and those components will have its own nucleus. Okay, fine. What is the vagus supply? Look, the vagus supplies the glands of GIT. Okay, vagus supplies the glands of GIT. Fine. To supply the glands of GIT, what component should the vagus have in its nucleus to supply the glands? General visceral efferent. To supply the glands of GIT, general visceral efferent. And the name of the nucleus of the vagus belonging to this component, dorsal nucleus of vagus. You're following this? Dorsal nucleus of vagus. What else is the vagus nerve supply? The muscles of the 4th and the 6th pharyngeal arch. 4th and 6th pharyngeal arch. To supply the muscles of 4th and 6th pharyngeal arches, what component should the vagus have in its nucleus? Special visceral afferent. And the name of the nucleus belonging to this component, nucleus ambiguous. It's a common nucleus for the 9th and then cranial axis. You know, so nucleus ambiguous. What else does the vagus supply? Supplies the tongue. Name of the component, special visceral afferent. And the nucleus is the nucleus of tractus solitarius. Nucleus of tractus solitarius. So that's how it is. You can just go through it, you will understand it. Okay. Take some time, but still you understand it. Starting with the blood supply of the brain. Okay, let me finish this. 2-3 topics are left. Then the other topics, I put small MC videos. I'll tell you that later. I'll first finish this blood supply of the brain. There are 3 main arteries which supply the brain: the vertebral, the basilar, and the intercarotid. We'll start with vertebral artery. Vertebral artery. So vertebral artery, yes, very good. Vertebral artery, let me first finish this. Vertebral artery is a branch of subclavian artery, first part of subclavian artery. Vertebral artery is a branch of first part of subclavian artery. Okay, I'll tell you some brainstem lesions. Okay, brainstem lesions I'll tell you. So now you know everything, you'll be able to follow that. Then I'll start with blood supply of the brain. Fine. I'll start with the brainstem lesions. Just the characteristic lesions I'll tell you. Brainstem lesions. Characteristic lesions of the brainstem. Look, don't see the rest of the things. I'll just tell you the main lesion, the main lesions. Don't look at the other things. I'm just telling you the main lesions of the brainstem. Chalo, we'll start. Have a look. What is this? Where are we? What is this section? What do you think is this section? What is this section? If you can guess now. If you can guess now. If you can guess now. What is this section? Okay, Jipmer hai na? Till at least 8 I'll take. Till 8. Jipmer, no, you'll get many MCQs on the brain. Okay, fine. Where are we? This is the medulla. This is the upper half of the medulla. This is the upper half of the medulla. Very good. Because you're seeing the 4th ventricle here. Look, that's the 4th ventricle. So this is definitely upper part of the medulla. Had this been lower part of the medulla, you'll see the central canal. You understanding how to identify the brainstem? Brainstem, medulla, this is medulla, lower part. Had this been lower part, you'll see the central canal. This is the 4th ventricle. Look, this is the 4th ventricle, right? So this is definitely this is either the upper half of the medulla or the lower half of the pons. It would either be lower half of the pons or the upper half of the medulla. This is definitely not pons, because had this been pons, you would find the facial colliculus there, facial colliculus. So this is not pons, 100% we are sure. This is the medulla. Which half? Upper half. And this is a syndrome here, in which the midline structures in the medulla are affected. Okay, who's affected? Look, this is the hypoglossal nucleus. That's the medial lemniscus, and this is the corticospinal tracts. These are the 3 things which are affected. Okay, this is what we call as the medial medullary syndrome. medial medullary syndrome, thrombosis of vertebral artery, thrombosis of vertebral artery, structures involved, one, hypoglossal nucleus, hypoglossal nucleus. So hypoglossal nucleus is involved. So the tongue is paralyzed on the same side. Ipsilateral paralysis of the tongue. Ipsilateral paralysis of tongue. Second, medial lemniscus is involved. Medial lemniscus is involved. So medial lemniscus carries what? Fine sensations, and the fibers have crossed and then they become medial lemniscus. So loss of fine sensations, that is on the opposite side. Contralateral loss of fine sensation. Contralateral loss of fine sensation. And third is corticospinal tracts. So contralateral hemiplegia. You understanding? So how does a person come to you? Yes, very good. Yes. This is the medial medullary syndrome. Medial medullary syndrome. Medial medullary syndrome. So who's involved? The hypoglossal nucleus is involved. So how does a person come to you? The person will have paralysis of tongue on one side. Tongue is paralyzed on one side. The body is paralyzed on the opposite side, and the fine sensations are lost on the opposite side. You're following this? And this is what we call as the crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Followed, no? This is what we call as the crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Remember, very characteristic of brainstem, the lesions would be crossed lesions. Means always in the brainstem, corticospinal tracts will be involved. So there's always a contralateral hemiplegia, and the cranial nerve supply is ipsilateral except trochlear. So ipsilateral supply. So ipsilateral paralysis of that which the cranial nerve is going to supply, and contralateral hemiplegia. Such lesions are said to be crossed lesion, and this crossed lesions will be getting only in the brainstem. Okay, brainstem lesions are said to be crossed lesion. Have a look here. Tell me, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Answer this. One is the hypoglossal nucleus involved, next is the medial lemniscus, and third one is corticospinal tracts. Corticospinal tracts involved. Corticospinal tracts, which is this. This is the fourth ventricle. Look at this again. This is the fourth ventricle. So where are we? Where are we? And the moment you see this, where are we? In the pons. Which half of the pons is this? The lower half of the pons. That's the lower half of the pons. Okay. So this is a syndrome here. This is a syndrome in, what is this? What is this part of the pons known as? Basilar part. That's the basilar part of the pons. Okay. So what fibers are passing from here? Corticospinal fibers. What is this nerve involved? This is the sixth nerve. And what is this nerve involved? Seventh nerve. Okay. 7 nerve. What is this type of lesion? It's a nerve involvement. So it's a lower motor neuron lesion. The nerve is involved, so it's a lower motor neuron lesion. Had this been an upper motor neuron lesion, what is upper motor neuron? The corticonuclear fibers. They start from the cortex to the cranial nerve. That's the corticonuclear fibers. That is upper motor neuron. The nucleus and the nerve. This is a lower motor neuron lesion. So this. So look here, one moment. Who's involved? Corticospinal tracts are involved. So what will the person complain of? The contralateral hemiplegia. Contralateral hemiplegia. Contralateral hemiplegia. This is pons. The vagus is not here. This is pons. This is the contralateral hemiplegia. Okay. Then which nerve is involved? Sixth nerve. Sixth nerve is involved. So what is the sixth nerve supply? The sixth nerve is going to supply the lateral rectus. So the lateral rectus is paralyzed, and because the lateral rectus gets paralyzed, the medial rectus will pull the eyeball medially and leading to a medial squint. Medial squint. You understanding? Sixth nerve is involved. Sixth nerve supplies the lateral rectus. Lateral rectus is paralyzed, so the medial rectus will pull the eyeball medially, leading to medial squint. Medial squint. And the seven nerve is involved. The seven nerve is involved, so there's a complete paralysis of half of the face. Ipsilateral paralysis of half of the face. If this is an upper motor neuron lesion, the upper half of the face is spared. You remember that, you know this, the upper half of the face is spared if it is an upper motor neuron lesion, because that receives a bilateral supply from both the cortex. Whereas if the nerve is involved, the entire half of the face is gone. Okay. So this syndrome is known as Millard-Gubler syndrome. Millard-Gubler syndrome. Thrombosis of yes, that's right. What you're saying is right. Yes, thrombosis of pontine branches of basilar artery. Thrombosis of pontine branches of basilar artery. Structures involved. Structures involved. 1. Corticospinal tracts. That is contralateral hemiplegia. Contralateral hemiplegia. Lateral medullary syndrome. No, see, characteristic syndrome I'm telling you. Lateral medullary. I'll tell you, just wait. Corticospinal tracts, contralateral hemiplegia. Next. Sixth nerve. Ipsilateral paralysis of lateral rectus, leading to medial squint. And third, 7 ipsilateral paralysis of the face. 7 nerve is involved, so that will be ipsilateral paralysis of the face. Crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Yes. Clear to all of you? So this syndrome is known as the Millard-Gubler syndrome. Millard-Gubler syndrome. And look at this now. Okay, if you can tell me, what is this? What is this? If you can just tell me, what is this? Where are we? These are not corticonuclear fiber. How you are saying corticonuclear fiber, Sakshi? Corticonuclear fiber nahi hai. Corticonuclear fibers will be from the cortex to the nucleus of cranial nerve. They will be corticonuclear fibers, no? To the nucleus. Once the corticonuclear fibers are gone, then the nerves will begin, no? So that's a lower motor neuron lesion. Clear? Understanding? That's a midbrain. And I told you, midbrain you'll find two nerves. One nerve is going like this on the dorsal aspect. If a nerve goes to the dorsal aspect, that would be trochlear. This is a nerve which is coming from ventral aspect, ventral. So what is this going to be? Oculomotor nerve, oculomotor. Fine. So the third nerve is involved, and this part of the midbrain is known as the crus cerebri. Crus cerebri. So the third nerve and the crus cerebri is involved. Third nerve and the crus cerebri. So crus cerebri contains what? Corticospinal fibers. This is Weber's syndrome. This is what I was telling you. Okay, if you know this nucleus now, you will understand the lesions, all the lesions. Okay, Weber's syndrome, thrombosis of posterior cerebral artery. Posterior cerebral artery. Structures involved. I'll try to finish maximum. Just wait. Let me see whatever I can finish. Structures involved. Tomorrow JIPMER, all the best for JIPMER exam. All the best. Structures involved. 1. Corticospinal tracts. Corticospinal tract. So contralateral hemiplegia. Crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Why is it known as crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia? Because tongue is involved on one side and body on the opposite side. No, ipsilateral paralysis of tongue and contralateral paralysis of body. So that is why it is known as crossed hypoglossal hemiplegia. Fine, understanding. Tongue is paralyzed on one side, body on the opposite side. So structures involved. 1 is corticospinal tract. So contralateral hemiplegia. Second, the third nerve. The third nerve is involved. Third nerve. So ipsilateral paralysis of all the muscles supplied by third nerve. Ipsilateral paralysis of all the muscles supplied by third nerve. Third nerve except lateral rectus and superior oblique. Except lateral rectus and superior oblique, all the muscles are going to be paralyzed, which the third nerve supplies. So all the muscles are paralyzed. So the lateral rectus would pull the eyeball laterally, and this would lead to what? A lateral squint. Lateral squint. And the third nerve also supplies what? The sphincter pupillae and ciliaris. So pupil is dilated and fixed. Pupil is dilated and fixed. Okay, because the third nerve supplies the sphincter pupillae and ciliaris. So the pupil is going to be dilated and fixed. Clear to all of you? So pupil is dilated and fixed. Okay, so that's about the brainstem lesions. I've told you the characteristic brainstem lesions. Now let me start with blood supply of the brain. Blood supply, just the important things I'm telling you. Blood supply of the brain. Blood supply of the brain, and then one small thing is left. So that will finish the brain part. Later I'll put small videos for you, and I put 3-dimensional slides and all. So no, and to understand the slides, you should be very clear with your theory part. If you're clear with this concept, now you will be able to understand the visuals, the slides. Okay, starting with the blood supply of the brain. Just 2-3 more things. Blood supply of the brain. She'll answer this. An internal capsule is left now. Blood supply of the brain, internal capsule is left. Okay. Okay, we'll start. Blood supply of the brain. Now there are three main arteries which supply the brain. One is the vertebral artery. Vertebral artery. Now tell me, this vertebral artery is a branch of what? Vertebral artery is a branch of subclavian artery. Just listen to this. Vertebral artery is a branch of subclavian artery. Wallenberg syndrome, I'll tell you. Just wait. Wallenberg syndrome, I'll tell you. Wallenberg syndrome, I'll tell you. Just wait. Let me finish this blood supply of the brain. Wallenberg syndrome, I'll tell you. Internal capsule is left. Okay, cerebellum, just the MCQs I'll tell you, which are asked. MCQs. Vertebral artery. Vertebral artery is a branch of first part of subclavian artery. It's a branch of first part of subclavian artery. Branches. Branches of vertebral. This you have to know. Branches. Branches of vertebral. One is anterior spinal artery. Anterior spinal. Second, posterior spinal. You remember this anterior spinal, posterior spinal arteries, where were they? Anterior spinal and posterior spinal arteries, you remember where were they? Passing through the foramen magnum. Pupil is dilated and fixed. Pupil is dilated and fixed. Brown-Sequard syndrome is the same thing, no? On one side, hemisection of the spinal cord. No? Okay. Okay, fine. Anterior spinal, posterior spinal, and third, posterior, inferior, cerebellar artery. Posterior, inferior, cerebellar artery. Clear? So these are the branches of vertebral artery. Anterior spinal, posterior spinal, and pica, it is known as posterior inferior cerebellar. Next artery is basilar artery. Basilar artery. What are the branches of basilar artery? Branches, one is pontine branches. Pontine branches. You remember the artery which enters the ear, the internal acoustic meatus? Okay. Remember the artery which enters the ear? Labyrinthine. Labyrinthine artery. Third, anterior, inferior, cerebellar. Anterior inferior cerebellar, superior cerebellar. Superior cerebellar. Brown-Sequard syndrome, I'll tell you. Lateral medullary syndrome, I'll tell you. Just wait. Okay, so what are the branches of basilar artery? Pontine branches, labyrinthine artery, anterior inferior cerebellar, superior cerebellar, and posterior cerebral artery. This arteries you have to know. This you get MCQs on this. Posterior cerebral artery. Clear? So branches of basilar artery, one is pontine branches, labyrinthine artery, anterior inferior cerebellar, superior cerebellar, and posterior cerebral artery. Clear? And the last artery is, I'll explain. Okay, the next one is internal carotid artery. Internal carotid. Now look, understand this now. Internal carotid artery is very important. Tell me now, how does the internal carotid artery enter the skull? It enters through the foramen lacidum. And the moment it enters through the foramen lacerum, where does it lie now? In the floor of the cavernous sinus. It now lies in the floor of the cavernous sinus. It runs in the floor of the cavernous sinus. It then pierces the roof of the cavernous sinus and divides into two terminal branches. What is that? Anterior cerebral and middle cerebral artery. Anterior cerebral and middle cerebral. Okay. So what are the branches now of internal carotid? Starting with branches of internal carotid. 1. Cavernous branches. Cavernous branches. Hypophyseal branches. Hypophyseal is to the pituitary gland. Hypophyseal branches to the pituitary gland. Ophthalmic artery. Ophthalmic artery. Okay. 4th. You remember who's lying in the ventricles? Who's lying in the ventricles? CSF. And who secretes CSF? Choroid plexus. And there are arteries to supply the choroid plexus. Name? Anterior choroidal artery. Anterior choroidal artery. Next. Posterior. Anterior choroidal. Posterior communicating artery. Posterior communicating artery. Middle cerebral. Anterior cerebral. Middle cerebral and anterior cerebral artery. I'll draw that slide for you. You'll understand. Okay. Middle cerebral and anterior cerebral artery. So these are the branches of internal carotid. Okay, just have a look at this slide. Just see the slide now. What is this artery here? That's the internal carotid artery. What is the smaller branch here? Smaller branch of internal carotid is anterior cerebral, and the continuation of internal carotid is middle cerebral artery. Middle cerebral. That's the internal carotid artery. That's the anterior cerebral, and that's the middle cerebral. Okay, now what is this artery? These are the two vertebrals. These are two vertebrals. The two vertebrals, these are the two vertebrals. The two vertebrals will join to form, what is this now? Basilar artery, basilar. And what are these two branches of basilar? These are the posterior cerebral artery, posterior cerebral. Now you tell me, what is this artery? This is a branch of internal carotid. That's the posterior communicating, and that's a branch of anterior cerebral. That's anterior communicating. And this becomes what? Circle of Willis. That's the circle of Willis. So what are the arteries which takes part in the formation of circle of Willis? Have a look here. Arteries taking part in the formation of circle of Willis. This is the anterior communicating artery. Anterior communicating artery. Anterior communicating. This is the anterior cerebral artery. This is the internal carotid artery. That's the posterior communicating artery. And that's the posterior cerebral artery. Posterior cerebral artery. So this one in black takes part in the formation of circle of Willis. Okay, all this will be taking part in the formation of circle of Willis. Right? So just finish this. Circle of Willis. Just draw this and finish this. Anterior communicating, anterior cerebral, internal carotid, posterior communicating, and posterior cerebral artery. Draw this and finish this. This is the circle of Willis. Clear? That's a circle of Willis. Clear now to all of you? Anterior communicating is a branch of anterior cerebral. Yes, anterior communicating is a branch of anterior cerebral. Clear? Now, understand this. White matter of the brain. White matter of the brain. Now look, the grey matter are all the nucleus. Nucleus. This is the grey matter. And the white matter of the brain, all the white matter are the fibers. And the fibers of the brain are grouped together. And these are classified as three types. The white matter of the brain are classified into three. One is commissural, second is projection, anterior communicating is a branch of anterior cerebral, middle cerebral is SCA, and third is association. So the white matter of the brain is divided into three parts. One, the commissural fibers, the projection fibers, and the association fibers. What do the commissural fibers connect? Commissural fibers, they connect similar areas in the opposite hemispheres. Similar areas in the opposite hemispheres. Example, similar areas in the opposite hemispheres. The largest commissural fiber is corpus callosum. The largest commissural fiber is corpus callosum. Anything else ending with commissures, anterior commissure, posterior commissure, habenular commissure, these are all commissural fibers. You know this. Okay. So anterior commissure, posterior commissure, habenular commissure, these are all commissural fibers. Now projection fibers. They project outside the brain. Project outside the brain. Okay. And all the fibers which go outside the brain and they come to the brain, they are all concentrated in that V-shaped structure. What is that known as? Internal capsule. Fornix. Fornix is another example of projection fiber. Fornix also binds opposite hemispheres. So fornix is also an example of commissural fiber, and fornix is also an example of projection fiber. Association fiber connects different areas. Wait, no, internal capsule is after this. In the same hemisphere. Connect different areas in the same hemisphere. Connect different areas in the same hemisphere. Example, uncinate fasciculus. I told you this, uncinate fasciculus. Okay. So connects different areas in the same hemisphere. Example is uncinate fasciculus. You remember uncinate fasciculus. What does it connect? Uncinate fasciculus was connecting the Broca's and Wernicke's areas, right? Okay, just have a look at this now. This is another very important MCQ topic, very important. Starting with internal capsule, another very important topic. Let's concentrate internal capsule. Fine. Right. Have a look at this internal capsule. This is the last section of the brain. Tell me, what is this section? This is what I call as a perfect horizontal section. A perfect horizontal section. This is what I was telling you. A perfect horizontal section. You remember the earlier section we had taken for the ventricles? That was an oblique section. Oblique. This is a perfect horizontal section. Now once again you tell me, what's this? What's this? Corpus callosum. That's corpus callosum. What's this? What's this? Septum pellucidum. What is this now? Fornix. That's the fornix. Okay. What is this cavity here? What is this cavity here? Lateral ventricle. That's the lateral ventricle. So who's this? That's the caudate nucleus. And who's this? Thalamus. Thalamus, 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 thalamus. What's this? Third ventricle. That's the third ventricle. You know all these things now. Very good. So that's a section of the brain. Okay. A horizontal or a transverse section of the brain. This is the caudate nucleus. That's the thalamus. And this is a triangular nucleus. This is what I was telling you, made up of two parts. An inner part which is known as globus pallidus and an outer part which is known as putamen. Okay. So inner part is globus pallidus, outer part is putamen. Now what I was telling you is the caudate nucleus and the putamen, they form a single unit. The caudate nucleus and the putamen, they form a single unit. What is that known as? Striatum. Striatum. Second, globus pallidus. Third, substantia nigra. And the fourth is the subthalamic nucleus. Subthalamic nucleus is present below the thalamus. In the diencephalon, that cavity, third ventricle, you remember? Thalamus, hypothalamus. Below the thalamus lies the subthalamic nucleus, subthalamus. And this subthalamic nucleus belongs to basal ganglia. Basal ganglia, okay? So what are the parts of basal ganglia? The caudate nucleus and the putamen, together known as striatum. Second, the globus pallidus. The third, substantia nigra. And the fourth is the subthalamic nucleus. Okay, I just give an introduction to that, basal ganglia. So now you tell me, once again, that's the caudate nucleus. That's the thalamus, and that's the lentiform nucleus. Lentiform nucleus are together, made up of globus pallidus and putamen. And between them, what is this? V-shaped structure. This is the internal capsule. That's the internal capsule. Okay. What is this part of the internal capsule known as? This is the anterior limb of internal capsule. That's the genu of internal capsule. That's the posterior limb of the internal capsule. And now this part of the internal capsule will go back. What lobe is this? Occipital lobe. What fibers is it going to carry? Optic radiation. And this is behind the lentiform nucleus, right? This is behind the lentiform nucleus. This is what we call as the sublentiform part. It's behind the lentiform nucleus. This is what we call as the sublentiform part of the internal capsule. And what fibers does it contain? Optic radiation. Which lobe is it going to? Occipital lobe. You're following this? And the last part of the internal capsule will go below the lentiform nucleus. Anything below is known as what? Sublentiform part. And which is the lobe below? Temporal lobe. And this will carry what? The auditory radiation. Okay. So that's how you understand the internal capsule. Following this now? Understand this now. Starting with internal capsule. A very important topic, internal capsule. This you should know. I'll give you a very easy way to remember this. Internal capsule. What are the parts of internal capsule? This is anterior limb. Anterior limb lies between caudate nucleus and lentiform nucleus. And I'll write that, just wait. Retrolentiform part. It lies between the caudate nucleus. We have written that, no? Retrolentiform part lies between the caudate nucleus and lentiform nucleus. The second one is the genu. The third is the posterior limb. It lies between thalamus and lentiform nucleus. Retrolentiform part is optic radiation and sublentiform part is auditory radiation. Yes. Auditory is sublentiform part. Yes, I said by mistake, I must have told. Sublentiform part goes to the temporal lobe. So what fibers would it carry? Auditory radiation. And retro is behind. No? So retro would carry what? Optic radiation. Sorry for that. Lies between the thalamus and the lentiform nucleus. Retrolentiform part. Retrolentiform part lies behind. Lies behind lentiform nucleus. And the last one is the sublentiform part. Lies below. Lies below the lentiform nucleus. Okay. I'll give a very easy way to understand this internal capsule. How do you remember this internal capsule? Okay, I'll make a table there. Have a look. Clear to all of you, no? So just make a table like this: anterior limb, genu, posterior limb, retrolentiform part, and the sublentiform part. This is how you remember it: anterior limb, genu, posterior limb, retrolentiform part, and the sublentiform part. Fibers are either ascending or descending. Ascending or descending. Tell me now, all the fibers which are coming to the brain, which are going to the cortex, they first come to thalamus. They all first come to thalamus. Now thalamus will decide this fiber has to go through which limb of the internal capsule. So all the fibers which begins from the thalamus, I'll tell you, just wait. So all the fibers which project from the thalamus to the cortex through the internal capsule will begin with the term thalamo. All the fibers which begin from the thalamus and goes to the cortex through the internal capsule will begin with the term thalamo. So how do you remember this? Anterior limb. Okay, we'll start with this. Anterior limb, just understand it like this: thalamo-frontal. Thalamo-frontal. Thalamo-frontal is also known as the anterior thalamic radiation. Diagram is easy. I'll upload that. Anterior thalamic radiation. Genu and posterior limb. That's thalamo-parietal. Thalamoparietal, or this is known as the superior thalamic radiation. Superior thalamic radiation. Okay, so anterior limb is thalamo-frontal, also known as the anterior thalamic radiation. Genu and posterior limb, that's thalamoparietal or the superior thalamic radiation. Retrolentiform part is thalamo-occipital. Thalamo-occipital, also known as optic radiation. Optic radiation, also known as posterior thalamic radiation. posterior thalamic radiation. And the last one, sublentiform part, is thalamotemporal or inferior thalamic radiation. Inferior thalamic radiation is also known as auditory radiation. Okay, projection fibers, they project from one area to the other area. They project outside the brain. Thalamotemporal or the inferior thalamic radiation or auditory radiation. These are ascending fibers. Understand the descending fibers now. Descending fibers. You're following now? This is the easiest way to understand this. Descending fibers. Frontopontine. Auditory radiation, you know. Optic radiation, I've told you. Posterior thalamic radiation, and the last one is inferior thalamic radiation. Okay, frontopontine, genu, what passes is corticonuclear. Posterior, and what passes is corticospinal. Retrolentiform part, occipitopontine, and this is temporopontine. Occipitopontine and temporopontine. Okay, so these are the descending, these are the ascending fibers passing through the internal capsule. Now, which is the main artery supplying the internal capsule? The main artery supplying the internal capsule is middle cerebral artery. The main artery supplying the internal capsule is middle cerebral artery. Okay. Corticospinal. Genu is corticonuclear. Look, anterior limb is frontopontine, genu is corticonuclear, posterior limb is corticospinal. Retrolentiform part is occipitopontine and sublentiform part is temporopontine. Easy it is. It is very easy. Just remember the way I've told you. It's very easy. Okay. The main artery supplying the internal capsule is middle cerebral artery. The main artery supplying the internal capsule is middle cerebral. Okay. Now, understand this now. Just the main things of the cerebellum, the MCQs which are asked on the cerebellum, I'm telling you. I'll just put the slides. Now you tell me cerebellum. Cerebellum, basal ganglia, these are all physio topics, okay? They must have been explained, no? I'm just giving you MCQs which are asked on this. Cerebellum. Okay. How is the cerebellum connected to the brainstem? This is connected by three peduncles. The superior cerebellar peduncle, the middle cerebellar peduncle, and the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Okay. Now, what are the fibers which are passing through these peduncles? Okay, look, fornix and a fornix connects opposite hemispheres. One fornix is on this hemisphere, one fornix is on this hemisphere. It connects to opposite hemispheres. Fine. So, fornix is an example of projection fibers, commissural fibers. Fornix is an example of commissural fibers. And the fornix also belongs to limbic system. The fornix will project from, now you want that, I'll tell you, just one moment. Look, have a look at this. Listen here. Now this part is known as the hippocampus. Hippocampus lies in the temporal lobe. Hippocampus lies in the temporal lobe. Just one moment. Yeah, आवाज कमी करा ना जरा. Hippocampus lies in the temporal lobe. Okay, hippocampus lies in the temporal lobe. Now this hippocampus is a gray matter. From this hippocampus, what begins is the white matter. I'm just giving an idea. I'm not going to this topic. From this hippocampus, what begins is the white matter. This white matter is known as the alveus. Alveus will become the fimbria. Fimbria will become the fornix. Okay. The fornix will be then going to mammillary bodies. From the mammillary body, they will project onto thalamus. And from the thalamus, this fibers would be from the thalamus. This fibers will be going back to the hippocampus like this. They will be going back to the hippocampus. You know what is this? What have I told you? What is this that I have told you? Anyone? What is this known as? What did I just tell you? You asked me, so I'm telling you this, okay? Otherwise, look. Hippocampus, that is Papis circuit. Very good. This is Papis circuit. So you know this fornix is projecting from temporal lobe, from the hippocampus. It is going to the mammillary bodies, to the thalamus, and back to the hippocampus, and that is why it is said to be a projection fibers. This is hippocampus, alveus, fimbria, very good, fimbria, fornix, mammillary bodies, thalamus, cingulate gyrus. Cingulate gyrus is above the corpus callosum, and back to the hippocampus. You're clear now? This is the Papis circuit, and the fornix will project like this. It is therefore known as the projection fiber. It is therefore included in the projection fiber because it projects from one area to the other area. That is why it is known as projection fiber. Clear to all of you? Plus, you know, the fornix, look at this. The fornix is also connecting the two fornices of both the sides. Look, the fornix connects the two fornix of the opposite side. The two fornix of the opposite sides are connected. So that's also an example of commissural fiber. Fornix is thus an example of commissural fiber also. Okay, no? So now just see this. I'll just tell you what are the inferior cerebellar peduncle. You can take this slide. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. What are the fibers passing through? Yes, so fornix belongs to both commissural as well as projection fiber. Alveus is a white matter. Hippocampus is a gray matter. Alveus is the fibers. These are the fibers. Alveus is the fiber. Alveus becomes the fimbria. Fimbria becomes the fornix. Fornix goes to the mammillary bodies. Mammillary bodies to the thalamus, and then to the cingulate gyrus. It goes back to the hippocampus. That's Papis circuit. Clear to all of you? Okay, just take the slide. Then that will be completed. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. Now, what is the inferior cerebellar peduncle connecting? The medulla to the cerebellum. It connects the medulla to the cerebellum. And what are the fibers passing to the inferior cerebellar peduncle? Fibers are afferent or efferent. Afferent fibers, one comes from the spinal cord to the cerebellum. Fibers coming from the spinal cord are two. One is the posterior spinocerebellar and one is the anterior spinocerebellar. So what passes to the inferior cerebellar peduncle is the posterior spinocerebellar. One comes from the inferior olivary nucleus to the cerebellum. That's the olivocerebellar. From the vestibular apparatus to the cerebellum, vestibulocerebellar. And from the reticular formation to the cerebellum, that's the reticulocerebellar. and one is cuneocerebellar. So these are the ascending fibers. Ascending, you just have to remember this, okay? Ascending fibers. The descending fibers, you just reverse the name: cerebello-olivary, cerebello-vestibular, and cerebello-reticular. So these are the descending fibers: cerebello-olivary, cerebello-vestibular, and cerebello-reticular. Okay. Cerebello-vestibular, cerebello-olivary, cerebello-reticular. So that's the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Middle cerebellar peduncle. Middle cerebellar peduncle connects what to what? You can just take this slide. Middle cerebellar peduncle connects the pons to the cerebellum. It connects the pons to the cerebellum. And what are the fibers here? Pontocerebellar. Pontocerebellar fibers. Okay, pontocerebellar. There's only one afferent fiber, afferent, and that's the pontocerebellar. Okay. Medulla to cerebellum. I'll tell you that. Just wait. Okay, just one or two topics are left. Then this will be done now. Okay, so the inferior cerebellar peduncle connects the medulla to the cerebellum, and these are the fibers which are passing through the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Here, the middle cerebellar peduncle connects what to what? It connects the pons to the cerebellum. Middle cerebellar peduncle connects the pons to the cerebellum. What are the fibers here? Afferents. Fibers are afferents, and what is that? Pontocerebellar. Pontocerebellar. Okay. What are the fibers passing to the middle cerebellar peduncle? Pontocerebellar. Cingulate gyrus it is, cingulate gyrus. Starting with the superior cerebellar peduncle. Superior cerebellar peduncle, fibers are again afferents and efferents. Afferents and efferents. Afferent fibers, one comes from the spinal cord. What is that known as? Anterior spinocerebellar. Afferents and ascending are the same. Yes, ascending and afferents are the same. One comes from the spinal cord. That's anterior spinocerebellar. You know the midbrain, the roof of the midbrain, the superior and the inferior colliculus, they are located in the roof, and this part is known as the tectum. And the tracts which come from there are therefore known as tectocerebellar tracts. Tectocerebellar. They come from the superior and inferior colliculus, and the tract is known as tectocerebellar. And one comes from the hypothalamus, that is the hypothalamocerebellar. Hypothalamocerebellar. Okay. So these are the fibers which are coming through the superior cerebellar peduncle, anterior spinocerebellar, the tectocerebellar, the hypothalamocerebellar. Just wait now, let me finish this class now. Just wait. Let me finish now. 8:30 I'll take 8:30. Okay. Anterior spinocerebellar. Middle cerebellar peduncle is only pontocerebellar fibers. Okay. At least 8:30 I'll take. So afferent fibers, anterior spinocerebellar, tectocerebellar. Tectocerebellar is the roof of the midbrain, tectum, and the tracts which are coming from there is known as tectocerebellar. And the hypothalamocerebellar. Superior cerebellar peduncle connects the midbrain to the cerebellum. Efferent fibers, efferent. One goes from the cerebellum to the red nucleus. The red nucleus is in the midbrain, and this is known as the cerebello-rubral. Okay. One goes from the dentate nucleus to the red nucleus. That's the dentatorubral. Dentate nucleus to the thalamus. That's the dentatothalamic. So dentatorubral and dentatothalamic. Dentatorubral and dentatothalamic fibers. Okay. So these are the fibers which are passing through the superior cerebellar peduncle. Is this clear to all of you? There's no efferent in middle cerebellar peduncle. There's only one afferent in the middle cerebellar peduncle. There's no efferent. So you just have to know this important fibers which are passing through the peduncles. Okay, this is what is asked for us. The fibers passing through the peduncles. Okay. There is no efferent. There are only afferents for the middle cerebellar peduncle. There is no efferent. Fine. Now what you wanted, Wallenberg syndrome, no? Wallenberg syndrome. Chalo, we'll start. Wallenberg syndrome. Wallenberg syndrome, also known as the lateral medullary syndrome. Wallenberg syndrome is also known as the lateral medullary syndrome. Medial medullary syndrome, I've told you. Wallenberg syndrome, also known as lateral medullary syndrome. Thrombosis of pica is posterior inferior cerebellar artery. Posterior inferior cerebellar artery. Structure involved. Structures involved. 1. The lateral part of the medulla is involved. The medial part of medulla is involved, that is the medial medullary syndrome, and the lateral part of the medulla is involved, that is the lateral medullary syndrome. Structures involved, here 1. Nucleus ambiguous. Dysphagia and dysarthria. 2nd, spinothalamic tract is involved. So spinothalamic tract is involved. So contralateral loss of histology, I'll tell you at the end. Contralateral loss of crude sensations. Contralateral loss of crude sensations. 3rd, spinal tract of trigeminal nerve. Spinal tract of trigeminal nerve. Spinal tract of trigeminal nerve. The spinal tract carries sensations from the face. So there is ipsilateral loss of sensations from the face. Ipsilateral loss of sensations from the face. Then there is the inferior cerebellar peduncle. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. So there is ataxia. Okay. Inferior cerebellar peduncle. So there's ataxia. And fine. Vestibular nucleus. So there is vertigo. That's it. So these are the structures involved in lateral medullary syndrome, and this is what we get in lateral medullary syndrome or Wallenberg syndrome. The lateral part of the medulla is involved and the medial part is involved in medial medullary syndrome. Okay. Dysphagia and dysarthria. Dysphagia and dysarthria. Nucleus ambiguous is involved. So dysphagia and dysarthria. Spinothalamic tract is involved. So contralateral loss of crude sensations. Spinal tract of trigeminal nerve that carries sensations from the face. So ipsilateral loss of sensations from the face. Inferior cerebellar peduncle is involved. So that leads to ataxia. And vestibular nucleus is involved. So that is vertigo. Clear to all of you? Okay. See, Brown-Séquard syndrome में क्या होता है? It's a hemisection of spinal cord, no? Hemisection. So the one moment. So the descending fibers the motor fibers, corticospinal tracts are involved. So corticospinal tracts are involved in the spinal cord. They have crossed in the medulla. I'll just tell you orally. They have crossed in the medulla. So now if the corticospinal tracts are involved in the spinal cord, it will be ipsilateral paralysis of that side. Ipsilateral paralysis of that side. Then if it's a hemisection of the spinal cord, then what happens is the medial lemniscus has also crossed. So there will be a ipsilateral loss of fine sensations. And the spinothalamic tract crosses in the spinal cord. No, the crude sensation, they cross in the spinal cord. So there will be a contralateral loss of crude sensations. So ipsilateral paralysis. Okay. Second, ipsilateral loss of fine sensations and contralateral loss of crude sensations. So this is what is known as Brown-Séquard syndrome. Fine. Okay. Now, just one last thing I'll tell you. I'll have to take one more day additional. I'll just talk to them and I'll take one more additional day. Fine. So everything, whatever, I'll finish. Now tell me, when the brain develops, it develops in the form of 3 vesicles. The brain is, the neural tube develops from ectoderm. You remember the neural tube develops from ectoderm? The ectoderm invaginates and it folds and it gets separated. That's the neural tube. So the neural tube is derived from what? Ectoderm. To begin with, the neural tube is open first on the dorsal side. The closure begins in the cervical region. Slowly it closes in front. Slowly it closes behind. The anterior end is open. What is that known as? Cranial neuropore, and the posterior open end is known as posterior neuropore. Fine. Okay. What is blurred? It's very clear. It's not blurred. It's very clear. So the brain develops in the form of 3 vesicles. Okay. This is prosencephalon. If you know this, you tell me this. Prosencephalon. This is mesencephalon. It is very clear. There is no blurring. And this is rhombencephalon. Prosencephalon, mesencephalon, mesencephalon and rhombencephalon. Okay. Prosencephalon divides into telencephalon and diencephalon. Telencephalon forms the cerebral hemispheres. Diencephalon forms the thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus, metathalamus, and the subthalamus. Okay, so diencephalon forms 5 things. One is the thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus, that's above the thalamus, metathalamus and subthalamus. Mesencephalon forms the midbrain. Rhombencephalon divides into a metencephalon and myelencephalon. Metencephalon forms the pons and cerebellum, and myelencephalon forms the medulla. This is development of brain. Pons and cerebellum and myelencephalon forms the medulla. Okay, prosencephalon, mesencephalon, rhombencephalon. There'll be a face-to-face lecture. Don't worry about that. Let this lockdown open. I'm ready to come. I'll just come. Okay. Prosencephalon divides into a telencephalon and diencephalon. Telencephalon forms the cerebral hemispheres, diencephalon forms the thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus, metathalamus and subthalamus. Mesencephalon forms the midbrain. Rhombencephalon divides into a metencephalon and a myelencephalon. Metencephalon forms the pons and cerebellum, myelencephalon forms the medulla. Okay. Face-to-face classes will be there for you, don't worry. Face-to-face will be there. Now because of lockdown, we are doing this because of lockdown. Face-to-face will be there. Okay. Yes. Okay. Fine. Tomorrow abdomen. We'll start with abdomen tomorrow. Okay. We'll start with abdomen tomorrow. Fine. We'll stop you. I might ask for more time. Let me see. Optic stock is diencephalon. Yes. Optic stock is diencephalon. Cisterns. Subarachnoid cistern. Cisterns are those spaces there. Okay. Benedict syndrome, and I'll tell you Benedict syndrome at the end. I don't have that slide now. Benedict syndrome I'll tell you at the end. Don't worry. Okay. Cisterns. Cisterns, I'll put that video. Okay. I'll put the video for the cisterns. Who's asking that? Okay, fine, we'll stop. I'll tell you one blood supply of the brain, a small topic, blood supply of the brain, just 10 minutes, blood supply of the brain. Venous drainage of the brain. I'll just tell you one small topic, 10 minutes more. Venous drainage. 10 minutes more, venous drainage of the brain. Have a look at this. Just wait. Venous drainage of the brain. I'll tell you, venous drainage. Chalo, fine. Venous drainage of the brain. Quickly, I'll tell you in short. Okay, this topic, venous drainage. In short, I'm telling you this venous drainage of the brain. Just be fast. There are superficial veins and there are deep veins. Okay, superficial veins and deep veins. Have a look. Superficial veins are venous drainage of brain. Only one MCQ is asked here, but fine. Venous drainage. Superficial veins. Okay, now listen here. Just one topic I'll tell and we'll stop. Superficial veins, one are the superior cerebral veins. Superior cerebral veins. I'll show you this slide. Superior cerebral vein. Okay, just write this down. Venous drainage of the brain. The first one, superficial veins, starting with the superior cerebral veins. Drains the lateral surface. I'll show you the slide. Drains the lateral surface. Drains the lateral surface. Opens in superior sagittal sinus. Drains the lateral surface, opens in the superior sagittal sinus. Yes, this is the blood supply I'm telling you. Facial artery not that important. Okay, superior cerebral vein, drains the lateral surface, opens in the superior sagittal sinus. Next, inferior cerebral vein. Inferior cerebral vein. Inferior cerebral vein drains the inferior surface, opens in cavernous sinus. You remember the cavernous sinus? You remember tributaries of cavernous sinus? Tributaries we have written from the orbit, from the meninges, from the brain. From the brain what comes is inferior cerebral vein. You remember that? Inferior cerebral vein. So opens into cavernous sinus. Cavernous and sigmoid sinus. Opens in the cavernous and sigmoid sinus. Third, anterior cerebral vein. Anterior cerebral vein drains the medial surface. Anterior cerebral vein drains the medial surface. And fourth is middle cerebral vein. I'll show you the slide, just write it down. Middle cerebral vein. So superficial veins are one superior cerebral vein, drains the lateral surface, opens in the superior sagittal sinus. Inferior cerebral vein drains the inferior surface, opens into cavernous and sigmoid sinus. Anterior cerebral vein drains the medial surface, and middle cerebral vein is of two types. One is superficial middle cerebral, and deep middle cerebral. Superficial middle cerebral and deep middle cerebral. Superficial middle cerebral vein communicates medially with cavernous sinus. This was a tributary of cavernous sinus. Communicates medially with cavernous sinus and laterally with superior sagittal and transverse sinus. So, superficial middle cerebral vein communicates medially with the cavernous sinus and laterally with superior sagittal and the transverse sinus. Deep middle cerebral vein lies deep in the lateral sulcus. Okay, so these are the veins which drains the brain. Venous drainage of the brain. Okay, so that's middle cerebral vein. You're clear with this now? Just have a look at the slide. You're done with the writing. One is the superior cerebral vein, one is the inferior cerebral vein, one is the anterior cerebral vein, and one is the middle cerebral vein. Middle cerebral vein is of two types, the superficial middle cerebral and the deep middle cerebral vein. Okay, look at the slide, it will be clear to you. Look at the slide. These are the superior cerebral veins. I'm telling you, just wait, no, deep veins, just wait. Look at the slide. This is the superior cerebral veins. Drains the lateral surface, opens into what? What is this? Superior sagittal sinus. Okay, drains the lateral surface, opens into superior sagittal sinus. That's the superior cerebral vein. Inferior cerebral vein will drain the inferior surface. I don't have that slide. It drains the inferior surface, opens into the superior sagittal, and the inferior cerebral vein opens into the cavernous sinus and the sigmoid sinus. Cavernous and sigmoid sinus. Okay. What is this vein? Just one moment. See this vein. This is the anterior cerebral vein. Anterior cerebral vein drains the medial surface of the brain, and the last vein is the middle cerebral vein. Middle cerebral vein here on the, this is the superficial middle cerebral vein is of two types. This is the superficial middle cerebral. On the medial side, it communicates with the cavernous sinus. Look, on the medial side, it communicates with the cavernous sinus, and on the lateral side, the superficial middle cerebral vein communicates with superior sagittal and transverse sinus. Okay, so on the lateral side, the superficial middle cerebral vein communicates with the superior sagittal and the transverse sinus, and on the medial side, it communicates with cavernous sinus. And the deep middle cerebral vein lies deep in the lateral sulcus, deep in the lateral sulcus. Now understand this. Clear? With this superior cerebral veins are clear. Now the anterior cerebral vein, deep middle cerebral vein, anterior cerebral vein, deep middle cerebral vein, and there are veins which are coming from the inside the brain. These are known as the stride veins. So anterior cerebral vein, the deep middle cerebral vein, and the stride vein. Stride vein come from within the brain. They join to form the basal vein. And this basal vein drains into great cerebral vein of Galen. Great cerebral vein of Galen. Okay, so anterior cerebral, deep middle cerebral, and stride veins. Stride veins come from inside the brain. They come from inside the brain. Clear? They join to form the basal vein, and this basal vein drains into what? Great cerebral vein of Galen. They drain into the great cerebral vein of Galen. So look here now. The superficial veins are one, the superior cerebral vein. They drain the lateral surface and open into superior sagittal sinus. The inferior cerebral vein drains the inferior surface, opens into the sigmoid sinus and the cavernous sinus. The anterior cerebral vein drains the medial surface, and the middle cerebral vein is of two types. One is the superficial middle and one is the deep middle. The superficial middle cerebral vein on the medial side communicates with the cavernous sinus, on the lateral side communicates with the superior sagittal and the transverse sinus. Okay, and the deep middle cerebral vein lies deep in the lateral sulcus. The anterior cerebral, the deep middle cerebral, and the stride vein, this comes from inside the brain, joins to form the basal vein, and the basal vein drains into the great cerebral vein of Galen. Okay, so these are the superficial vein, and there is only one deep vein. That's the internal cerebral vein. I'll show you the slide. Internal cerebral vein. Internal cerebral vein. This topic, basal vein, is asked. Basal vein. How is the basal vein formed? Okay. How is the basal vein formed and how is the great cerebral vein formed? So that is why this is this I'm telling you. Internal cerebral vein formed at, just one moment, formed at foramen of Monro. Formed at the foramen of Monro by joining off one thalamostride. I'll show you the slide, just one moment. Thalamostride, choroidal vein. You know choroid plexus, which is the artery supplying the choroid plexus, remembering anterior choroidal artery, which is a branch of internal carotid. And which are the veins draining the choroid plexus? These are the choroidal veins. Thalamostride will drain the thalamus and the caudate nucleus. Thalamus and the caudate nucleus, that's thalamostride. Second is choroidal, and the third one is septal vein. Thalamostride, choroidal and septal. Just 2 minutes. One is thalamostride, choroidal and septal. This joins to form the internal cerebral vein. Now two internal cerebral veins joins to form. There are two internal cerebral veins on both the sides. Two internal cerebral vein joins to form the great cerebral vein of Galen. Great cerebral vein of Galen. Two internal cerebral veins joins to form the great cerebral vein of Galen. and this will drain into straight sinus. So that completes it, straight sinus. Okay, look here once again, just 2 minutes. I'm stopping this, just 2 minutes. Look, which is the deep vein? There's only one deep vein, that's the internal cerebral vein. This internal cerebral vein is formed at the foramen of Monro by joining of three veins. One, the thalamostride, which drains the thalamus and the caudate nucleus. Second, the septal vein, which drains the septum pellucidum, and the choroidal veins, which drains the choroid plexus. These three veins will join to form the internal cerebral vein. Two internal cerebral veins will join to form the great cerebral vein of Galen, and this great cerebral vein of Galen would drain into straight sinus. Great cerebral vein of Galen would drain into straight sinus. It drains into the straight sinus. Okay, just see the slide. We'll stop here. Okay, so this will complete the blood supply of the brain. So I've done everything for you. Just have a look here. See the slide. That's a slide. Look here. Great cerebral vein of Galen drains into the straight sinus. Once again, look here. Once again, that's the sagittal section of the brain. That's the corpus callosum. Septum. That's the septum pellucidum. That's the fornix. This cavity is the lateral ventricle. Okay. Now see here. What is this vein? This vein is the septal vein, which drains the septum pellucidum. This is the thalamostride vein, and that's the choroid plexus. This vein is the choroidal vein. Okay. So the septal vein, the thalamostride, and the choroidal joins to form what is this vein? Internal cerebral. This is the second internal cerebral. Both the internal cerebral veins joins to form what is this vein now? This is the great cerebral vein of Galen. That's the great cerebral vein of Galen. Clear? That's how the great cerebral vein of Galen is formed. Clear to all of you? Look here once again. There are three veins which joins to form the internal cerebral vein. What is this? Septal vein. This is the thalamostride vein, and this is the choroidal vein, which drains the choroid plexus. That's the internal cerebral. That's another internal cerebral. Both of them will join to form the great cerebral vein of Galen, and this great cerebral vein of Galen would drain into straight sinus. Straight sinus. Great cerebral vein of Galen drains into straight sinus. Okay, that is it. We'll stop here. Thank you. Thank you. Where are we? Where are we? We are in the brain, and the brain is over. Okay. Thank you. Straight sinus, you know, no? Tentorium cerebelli. You remember tentorium cerebelli, and the sinus there is straight sinus. You remember straight sinus? Superior sagittal sinus, inferior sagittal sinus. That becomes the straight sinus. The great cerebral vein of Galen drains into straight sinus. Okay. Thank you, and good night. Thank you to all of you. Good night. Maxillary artery branches, I'll tell you later, you remind me. 3 parts of maxillary artery divided by lateral pterygoid, 15 branches it gives. Just go through it. I'll quickly tell you. The first part gives deep auricular, anterior tympanic, middle meningeal, accessory meningeal, and inferior alveolar. The second part of the maxillary artery gives 4 branches. 1, the deep temporal artery, the artery to the pterygoids, the masseteric artery, and the buccal artery. And the third part gives 6 branches: the posterior superior alveolar, infraorbital, greater palatine, the artery of the pterygoid canal, and the spinopalatal.